Hi, I'm Lee Morrison of Urban Combatives. I want to introduce you to a revolutionary new method of training, pad training specifically for combatives, street-related self-protection called PAD-COM. Son of a bitch. In this program, we're going to cover the very basics of safe pad feed that replicates the 5 to 10 second tear up of a real altercation in the street. This new methodology will take your combatives training to an absolutely new level. So I want to maintain a power line. So the first shot I'm going, I'm going to attach, I'm going to raise my arm, hit again. You've now taken a knee for the purpose of understanding transition. I need to raise my elbow, hit one more time, maintaining a grip which will pull me forward. Hello, my name is Lee Morrison of Urban Combatives. I'd like to welcome you to this new production called PAD-COM, which basically relates to training street-related combative hard skills with focus pads. So we're looking at a way in which we can train very efficiently, very seamlessly with no holding back using just focus pads. We're going to use a variety of pads, including the standard type of pad that you would get. We're also looking at these kind of maybe face mitt type pads. At some point in time, we'll look at these kind of pads with a tie structure. But right now we're going to work with these two pads here, which come from Combatives Training Gear, a company in Germany that's producing a pad specifically for combatives. They work really, really well because they're quite wide, they're quite strong, quite big, and they're flat, which allows us to put them on so they're not contoured. We can put them on the normal conventional way, and we can put them on the reverse way, as if the hand's back on the back of the hand, so that we can constitute various other different targets. So we're going to be using these. But basically, PAD-COM is about working with a partner who uses pads in a seamless way effectively, so you can go from concussively hitting the pads to ballistically manipulating and ragging your partner into a position where you can dominate and hit the pads again. This will also implement putting your pad feeder into walls and into the floor. So there's quite a bit of manhandling going on, and you're going to be receiving impact which you'll learn to ride very safely. But the good thing about this kind of impact or inoculation, if you like, is going to get you somewhat inoculated to getting bashed about a bit, which is also very, very useful if you end up having to use any of this stuff for real, because what this replicates is a 5 to 10 second tear up in the street, so the pavement arena. We're not talking about the sporting arena. We're just using pads in a way in which we can seamlessly flow from one strike, one target to another in a very concussive way. Like I said, manipulating the partner, but with relative safety. So previously, combative training with pad work was relatively static, very sterile. You'll hold the pad still and the person will develop tools, will develop impact, body mechanics, etc. There's no real fight dynamic to it. The only fight dynamic that we get from combatives training comes from kitted, padded assailant simulation and scenario type training, which is useful, but sometimes, particularly for those relatively new to it, the transition from hitting the pads to dynamic type of simulation is too big a jump. So we developed PAD-COM, or in particular this acknowledgement goes to Jamie Miller, who's the UK European representative for UC. PAD-COM is pretty much his brainchild. We got together training, and from having to put up with me ragging him around while we're working drills all the time, he learned very quickly how to feed in the safest possible way. So PADCOM is Jamie Miller's brainchild, without a doubt, and between us we have developed what we're going to give you here today in a fundamental sense. The pad transition, or the essence of PADCOM, if you like, is, like I said, going from concussively hitting the pads to manhandling your partner into a position where you can dominate and end the fight situation within 5 to 10 seconds. But inside of the PADCOM umbrella, there is a variety of ways in which we can change pads. And what that will implement is solo type pad training if you're training alone, partner pad training for what we call fight conditioning. So fight conditioning works our attributes. We may work pads for tool development to develop the structure of impact of a strike. We may work specifically for speed, for power, for body mechanics, in which case I'm focusing on what I'm doing and my coach, who's feeding me the pads, is giving me visual cues and auditory advice. So PADCOM training for fight conditioning is the way that most people train with pads. But the true essence of PADCOM is what we call fight management. So fight management employs conceptual principle-based drills that really replicate how we fight the fight. And that's what this fundamental part one of this program is all about. So anybody who is familiar with UC will know that it's principle-based, it's conceptual driven, and it's totally backed up by mentality. So the mentality part of the equation is what makes it extremely different from how you train pads with combat sport. In fact, it's what makes combatives completely different to combat sport or any other type of martial method. Dealing with real violence in a real sense is a 90% psychological event. You have to get your head in the right place. The actual physical implement employed is 10% of the equation, very simple caveman and gross motor. But fight management drills relate to how we fight the fight. So as an example of that, we will use the concept of blitzkrieg. So blitzkrieg is an offensive, proactive campaign designed to totally fucking overwhelm the enemy before there is any possible chance of recovery or retaliation. That dynamic for use of violence is what's called asymmetrical. It's one-sided. I want to be first with the most, so I come out the best. That's what we're looking at. Of course, we will work these fight management drills from two perspectives. One will be offensive, where I'm acting first, which is the ideal, but not always possible. And the second will be counter-offensive, where now I am reacting in a reactive sense because you are beating on me and I need to reverse the predatory dynamic very quickly. So, PADCOM is divided into two areas: fight management, how we fight the fight, and fight conditioning, developing attributes and qualities that will make us better at the first. Okay? The ideal is that you have a good understanding of combatives training in the first place. So although PADCOM is designed for UC training, it will dovetail into anything else that you do. So if you work in Krav Maga or any type of reality-based type of self-defense, if you like, then the principles of PADCOM will work with the skill set that you employ. But make no mistake, PADCOM is a mirror image of what UC is all about. And UC is 90% attitude, 10% skill. So what we are going to implement is a fundamental breakdown of how that works. You need to understand that PADCOM is not designed for the total newbie that's just walking through the door. It's more of an intermediate-based type of subject. So I'm taking it as a given that you already have a good understanding of the combative toolbox. You know how to throw a palm, a slap, a hammer fist, an elbow, a knee. You are physically competent. What also makes PADCOM very different from conventional pad training is the mentality point of view. So both the pad feeder, PF, and the combatives trainee, CT, need to be on the same hymn sheet. So they need to be on the same page on an emotional level. So if we're working fight management drills, I'm replicating getting through some fucker in 5 seconds, putting him down quickly or he's going to hurt me. In which case, the mental state that I would be in at that moment would be fight state. I would be aggressive, I would be guttural, and I would be coming steamrolling forward. The person on the receiving end of that, because he's giving me energy that's going to entice me to fight, if you like, will also be aggressive in emotional state. He's not just going to stand there with a pad, he's going to walk towards me with purposeful intent. He's probably going to exhibit a pre-threat cue, and if I don't stick to the script and preempt first, he's probably going to attack. So there is a mentality platform. What also makes this very different from conventional pad training for combat sport, boxing or MMA, is the time frame. So the time frame for a boxing round or a Thai boxing round or an MMA boxing round could be anywhere between 2 and 3 minutes. So if you've got in a ring and work with a boxing coach on the pads, you're working for 2 or 3 minutes to a timer. The replication of the pavement arena, which is what we're replicating, is 5 to 10 seconds. If you haven't got it over in 5 to 10 seconds, you're fucking about. So the range, the round time, if you like, each repetition represents a fight. You need to get in the correct mentality for that. Certain elements when we work fight management drills will be implemented, and they are a given, they are stuck to. So when we're working fight management, if the subject walks towards me, I'm going to employ contact management and situational control. When the fight dynamic starts, I'm not going to stop striking or manipulating or ballistically dominating the fight until the man is down. When my pad feeder receives and recognizes impact that would have indeed knocked him down or knocked him out, he will replicate hitting the ground quickly. If my strike was not efficient enough, then he won't. He will give me a transition, which will tell me that I need to continue before he recovers and attacks me. So these things are a given. Once the subject is down, we implement what we call tactical disengagement. Understand that you will be tunnel visioned inside of a fight dynamic. Understand that within any situation that you find yourself in that replicates the street, there's a good chance that there's a weapon involved and there's multiple assailants. So the objective would be to put the threat down quickly, get off the X and get gone. So these things, when we do fight management type drills, whether they're proactive, offensive, or counter-offensive, will have these staples in place. If we are working fight conditioning, this is a different thing. If we work in fight conditioning, then I will not contact manage, the drill would not finish with the man down, and I will not tactically disengage, because here he is giving me verbal coaching of how to use my body mechanics, more impact, better targeting, etc. And my focusing is only on the attribute that I'll be working. But the true essence of PADCOM is the fight dynamic. So learning seamlessly to be able to transition from concussively hitting pads to ballistically manipulating my partner. So my partner is going to get desensitized or inoculated quite quickly to getting smashed into things, to getting ragged around, and to receiving impact, all of which is very useful if you ever find yourself in a real fight dynamic. So what we're going to present to you will be the essence, the fight management. That's what we're looking at. First, we're looking at it in disc 1 from a proactive perspective. We're going to cover 2 principles. One is the blitzkrieg, and the other is conceptual-based, our UC game plan. So, and then following on disc, we are going to implement counter-offense. So I've not been fortunate enough to be proactive, I'm under assault, and I need to reverse the predatory or fight dynamic. When we do that, like I said, we're going to be implementing pads of various configurations. But what is also recommended is that the pad feeder will wear a gum shield. He will wear a standard groin guard as a very minimum, and where necessary, particularly if it becomes more dynamic and we're using the environment, confined space, working in a vehicle, etc., we will use this kind of full face headgear. And the reason the full face headgear and groin guard will be worn is because it will act as a second or a third pad. I do not want to have to wait for, if I rag my pad man into the wall, for him to put the target up. He should automatically know to put the target up. But if he doesn't and he's got a helmet, then I don't have to wait and I can still hit the head. And like I said, if he doesn't get the pads down, I can hit the groin. The only thing that you need to recognize is kit is limited in terms of your impact delivery. So there's a safety issue. You can hit the pads concussively hard, you can manipulate your partner relatively hard, but you have to pull your contact when you hit the helmet and when you hit the groin. But the ideal will be when you both get on the same page. So when you are on the same page, You have a rapport between you and the feeder, which, like I said, is an intermediate thing and takes flight time, but will happen quickly. You will be able to seamlessly go from one to the other. We're going to give you a scripted number of drills that are not set in stone. They're just logical in terms of transitions. I can tell you from experience, if you hit somebody hard in the groin, they usually pike forward. If you hit them frontal in the head will snap back. And if you hit them lateral, they'll move lateral. So you're going to get logical transitions that we've seen to happen in the street. And once understood, you can start to learn how to ad-lib. What this will give you is the ability to, like I said, seamlessly flow from one thing to the other. And it feels like you're in a simulation. It can feel like you're in an actual fight dynamic, but it's a lot safer because you're hitting the pads rather than repeatedly hitting your padded partner. Once you are on the same page, this really does bridge the gap between static sterile pad work and simulation full-on scenario training, which, like I said before, can quite often, the newbie to combatives can find the jump too much of a big transition. So PADCOM acts as a bridge between sterile fundamental pad training and full-on scenario training. And it gives you a good inoculation on the way up so that when you get there, you're more efficient. So this is PADCOM, and I honestly believe that this is a revolutionary new way in which to take your combative efficiency to another level. So understand 3 perspectives we're going to work from. The first, for the combative trainee, he's going to learn how to efficiently and effectively seamlessly flow his hard skills. From the pad feeder's perspective, you are going to learn how to coach your trainee and bring him to a higher level of efficiency. And then once both sides understand how to do both things, you've got a coaching perspective, where now you can feed the pads and you can hit the pads fucking well. And that's when it's going to take you to a new level. So this is PADCOM. Hope you enjoy it. Final thing I want to say in this introduction is that relates to the difference specifically between combat sport and sport-based martial art pad feeding to pad feeding for combatives. So the first primary difference is the arena. When we get in a ring and train with a boxing coach on the pads, we're training for the boxing ring. When we train in a matted dojo, we're training for the MMA type of environment. When we train PADCOM or combative training for the street, we're replicating the street. We're replicating the pavement arena, which does not look like this. It's not a matted floor, forgiving walls, and a compliant, nice environment. The reality of the street is the comfort factor is fucking 0 and the stress factor's through the roof because there's a massive emotional response. So where this is likely to happen is confined space, dark and dim light, slippery floor, confinement, a rough, nasty, unforgiving environment where there's broken glass, dog shit and uneven curb surfaces if you hit the ground. So understand that the environment or the arena, very different. The second is the time frame. The time frame for real violence is fucking over in 5 seconds. In 5 seconds it's begun and finished. So if you look at the concept of time in an amateur boxing round, 2 minutes. Professional bout, 3 minutes. MMA, anything up to 5 or 15 minutes. We're not replicating that then. We are replicating an all-out struggle in a dynamic sense. So you're implementing anaerobic ATP, non-oxidative energy system, which will be spent in 10 seconds. So the job, you need to get the fucking job done quick. So the time frame is very different because time is limited, right? The other thing probably that comes into it is range and distance. In MMA, you've got 3 feet. You've got kicking range before you move to punching range, before you move to grappling range. In the street, there's 2 ranges. There's conversation range, where you shake hands, where all human interaction takes place, and then there's in your fucking face. So you need to make all your combative hard skills work within the confines of a phone box. It's very close. The main difference is the starting platform. So the starting platform for an MMA bout or a Thai boxing bout or a boxing bout is consensual combat. We both get into the training arena, we touch gloves, we move around and we do our thing because we both agree to be there. Whereas the starting platform for real violence is very different. It's an emotional platform. and it's fucking non-consensual. So chances are you're probably thinking about what you're going to be having for dinner on a mental preparation scale to fight of 0 or 1, and somebody who's already pre-selected you as a target is now walking towards you with purposeful intent is probably on a mental platform of preparation to fight of 9. So once you're faced with this dynamic and you suddenly realize that there's going to be violence, or hopefully awareness was in place, there's a need to psychologically fucking catch up very quickly. And this will induce a massive adrenal response. Primarily it's non-consensual. This cunt wants to give you a problem and you just want to go home. So many people's reaction to being faced with sudden violence out of no choice of their own is usually fearful. Adrenaline hits their body, they misinterpret it for fear, and quite often they will freeze up or capitulate. Well, I put it to you that if somebody offers you non-consensual violence, you should fucking resent that. That should spark indignation in your brain. Rather than think, oh my God, I'm in trouble, you should think, how fucking dare you walk into my life and give me a problem? And that should incite indignation, which is going to fuel your controlled rage during the fight. And that's the main component that's so different to combat sport. Aggression, intent to destroy the enemy before he fucking destroys you, in a literal sense maybe. So understanding that combatives is at the extreme end of the self-protection scale. It's designed for real threat to life, a level 10 threat, where potentially there's a disparity in threat. This guy's potentially armed, he might have 2 or 3 people, I'm unarmed and I'm on my own. There's a good chance that any situation that you find yourself in now, there will be weapons and there will be multiples. And in fact, it's getting worse and worse. What's likely now is you're likely to face multiple armed assailants, potential fucking death in any situation. So you need to get your head on it. So like I said before, for all of these type of drills, particularly fight management, the person holding the pads in a predatory mode needs to access a predatory mental state. And the person that is going to be able to deal with that and reverse the dynamic needs to do the same and more. So these are the components that are really make PADCOM so different to combat sport pad training. The arena, the time frame, the starting platform, and the emotional element. This is Jamie Miller. He's a UK European UC representative, been with me for 12 years, been on many different countries, training with me and teaching in seminars, teaches in seminars in his own right, goes abroad. Like I said before, PADCOM is his brainchild, and he came up with it out of a matter of necessity because we were formulating drills and making videos, and I can be an impatient fucker at sometimes, and I expect high standard from somebody that's been with me for 12 years, and he is a high standard. So I wanted him to be able to feed me very quickly so that I don't have to pause, I don't have to wait, I can just go full on, full speed. And that made it very necessary for him to find ways or cultivate ways in which not to get hit. And that was really the birthstone for PADCOM, if you like, as he'll explain to you later. The basic essence of PADCOM should only be approached after a good warm-up. So it's very important, we'll go through the safety fundamentals, that you warm up. The basics of warming up are, you need to get blood and oxygen to the brain. You need to raise the heart rate first. Then you need to mobilize your joints so that they feel oiled and warmed up. So you may do some floor work to pump some blood volume to the muscles, so push-ups, squats, that kind of thing. And then you would do some mobility type exercises. The exercises that you want to do primarily are to warm up the joints. So you need to warm up the shoulders, the elbows, the wrists, and the fingers and the hands. So various mobility movements we will look at. It's very important also when you start to feed pads that you do it from a very stable based position. The idea to stick to is you want to be receiving impact from a multi-joint perspective rather than a single isolation joint. So as an example, the way in which we used to feed pads in a lateral sense used to be here for a frontal target with the arm out. And what we would find is that you would receive impact, and over a short period of time you would cultivate rotator cuff injuries. Everybody within the combatives fraternity has shoulder problems. So now we made a big difference in keeping the pad in front. So the back of the hand is in line with the shoulder, and now the impact is received via the wrist, the elbow and the shoulder. And as we take the impact, a transition is given to bleed off impact. Much safer way. The additional starting point will be that you will do a variety of mobility exercises for your wrists, elbows, shoulders. You will put blood to the muscles, raise the heart rate, oxygen and blood to the brain. Now you are in the best emotional, physiological state to learn and receive information. This would be our warm-up. Highly recommended. Understand that when you undertake any type of physical activity, it's your responsibility to go to your GP and make sure that you're fit and ready to take part, okay? With that said, I'm going to give you a brief drill example, slowed down so you can see the essence of going from a pad to partner manipulation, and in this case into the environment. This is the essence of PADCOM. Here's a brief example of the actual essence of a fight management drill, which is PADCOM, right? So what we're looking at here is going to use 2 pads. You can use 1 pad and reinforce, but 2 pads offer double protection, twice the target. So we're going to, in this case, use 2. He's going to replicate flat-footed. So any starting proactive dynamic works off the premise of pre-fight. So understand how the context of a street assault, the preferred way that violence will occur from a predatory criminal will be out of ambush primarily. That is, you're attacked, you didn't see it coming, you got no intel. That's why awareness is the true essence of self-protection. Being switched on, aware, having the ability to recognize any pre-threat cue behavior that would lead you to know that a problem is about to begin. The ideal would be that you would avoid it. If, in this case, you recognize the problem approaching and it approached you, you would implement some kind of situational control. This would be implemented with contact management, which I won't demonstrate here, but I will show you soon. Contact management basically is if a subject comes this way to me, I'm going to step past him and turn round, forcing him to reorientate. This now takes me off of the X where he wanted me to be. So Musashi said many years ago, never let the enemy dictate the battlefield. So if this guy walks up to me and I just put up my hands here like so, he's dictated where this platform begins. Whereas in the case of contact management, if he walks towards me and I step past him and make him reorientate to me, I'm dictating the battlefield. So like I said before, in fight management drills, when we are working blitzkrieg or game plan or any kind of counter-offense, contact management will always be implemented first, always. When the actual physical dynamic starts, it will not stop until the man's down. That might be 1 shot, it might be 10 shots. However many shots it takes to put the man down, the last thing that I want to put in my subconscious brain as a blueprint when I walk away is man down. That tells my subconscious brain that my skill set's sufficient. Understand that he's not just going to fall down when I hit the pads. He has to recognize that the impact received would have done the job, in which case he'll respond by dropping to the ground. Once to the ground, I will what we call tactically disengage. So understand that inside of any fight dynamic, you will be fucking tunnel visioned. There is a need to turn your head to actively scan. Understand that you're looking for a secondary threat, anyone else that could come into the equation. And you're looking to get off the X to your closest exit, wherever that is in your training environment. I'm not going to plug those things into this drill example, I'm just going to give you the drill example. But here we are working off the premise that I've contact managed and my hands are up. So in a passive, non-aggressive, Jeff Thompson style fence, if you like, right? From here, understand that there'll be some kind of introductory dialogue. It could be aggressive, it could be deceptive, could be incidental, but there will be a verbal interaction, which once drills are understood, we implement. Understand we implement role play, deceptive, aggressive dialogue, pre-threat cues. All of these come into the equation when training PADCOM. Again, very different to combat sport training. But here I'm going to just give you a silent example of a fight management drill. So the guy has stepped up to me and is giving it the large one to me. Understand that That usually happens with somebody relatively flat-footed, so their feet are neutral. They're not going to come up to me and stance up. So a lot of people, when they train pad work, even in reality-based self-defense, will shift back in weight and hold the pad with this kind of stanced up way of holding the pad, sort of structure where he's reinforcing this and he's braced. And that's only done because he knows he's about to receive impact. But the reason that we don't do it is because what he is actually in fact doing to you if he did that in the street is shifting weight to stance up, ready to fight, which is a pre-threat cue. And if you habitually ignore this in training, then when you see somebody shift weight very subtly in the street, you're likely to miss the pre-threat cue. Understand the pre-threat cue of any kind of definitive shift in weight is the prelude to the assault. So if you're intending to be preemptive, while you're fucking thinking about what you've done, he's already hit you. So we never, from a proactive dynamic, not counter-offensive, proactive dynamic, we never start with the pad man like so. We always start with the pad man, flat-footed, as if he was talking shit, the way it would be here. He's going to replicate, in this case, a front facial target, reinforcing it with the back hand, which is very useful, particularly if the person's a heavy hitter. It's not necessary all the time. You can just hold the pad and keep the other hand down, but here he's going to keep it up. I'm going to replicate an impactive shot that in this case wasn't enough to knock him out. So he's going to give me a transition. From there, I'm going to continue by attaching to the subject. In this case, I'm just going to attach to the back of the pad. When we move on in our drills, you'll notice that instead of attaching the pad, we actually attach to the garment of the subject, as we'll see, or a contour of his body. But I'm going to basically strike this pad, attach to it, and hit it again and again. From here, he's going to replicate a low line target, which is possibly now the high line's been covered or no longer available. And I am going to transition from hitting the pad to ballistically manhandling my subject, which will include the environment. I'm going to rag him into a position of dominance where he will then present me a pad again, where I can hit the pads again. So remember the essence of PADCOM. You're going to go from concussively hitting the pads to ballistically manipulating your partner to where you can concussively continue hitting the pads until the subject's down. So slowly, as an example, if I hit him here with a palm, here he might transition back, in which case I would have to put out an index. From here I'm just going to hammer and an elbow. By now, if you've hit somebody 3 times in the head and they're not already down, I can tell you from experience that they're either turning away or flinching to cover the head, which means the high line target's no longer available. So that's going to be replicated after this elbow by him feeding me low. This gives me the transition from hitting the pad to ballistically grabbing my subject. From here I'm going to put him 1, maybe 2 knees, and I'm going to rag him into the wall. When I rag him into the wall, it's his responsibility to put the pads up so he doesn't go face first. Not my responsibility. This is why you need to be on the same page. Because I don't want to, when I go full speed, pause to see that he's safe. I want to smash him into the fucking wall so I can hit him again. So from here, I would knee and then rag him into the wall. He's hit the wall, turn to give me a transition from where I hit him again until he's down. Once man's down, I'm off the X. So that, in essence, is what PADCOM is about. So if you want more go at that. That's it. This is PADCOM. Right, just want to talk to you about pad feed positions. So I want to introduce Haj Sohail. He's one of my instructors in the UK, in Birmingham West UC. Very good instructor, very capable man. Basically, when we work pads, we can work 2 pads together, or we can work, like I said, 1 pad reinforced with the other hand. The bottom line is you're starting on a neutral platform like so, feet about hip width apart. The way to get an understanding of staying in the box of the shoulders would be to bring up your hands above your head and then bring them down in line with your shoulders or somewhere by your temples. It's important when a subject is feeding a partner that he holds the pad, replicating more or less the own height of the person holding. So for Jamie holding for me would hold it up here. Somebody smaller would hold it in relative position to their head. But for a safe position, just to get an understanding of pad feed, you want your elbows, or your triceps rather, close to your rib cage. And you want the pads inside the box of your shoulders. We only really feed like this if we're working multiple strikes. So you would always hit across pads. So a subject hitting the pads in this way, instead of jab, cross kind of formation, will go left hand to left pad, right hand to right pad. Always hit across the pads. So it allows more torque, more body mechanic, and it's safer so that the hand doesn't slip off the pad and hit you in the face. But here we're just going to look at pad positions with one hand. So replicating a right side linear feed. This is pad facing you. This replicates this, the noggin. So this structure here represents the chest. This structure here represents the face. This would be a frontal linear feed. If you are dealing with somebody that's a relatively hard hitter, you would take the second pad, put it across here, and keep your forearm structure in front of your face, just in case he slipped off. As always, we would start the initial first shot, flat-footed, feet in a neutral line, and once we receive the impact, you would make a transition that would bleed off the energy. Here, you're receiving impact via the wrist, the elbow, and the shoulder, with reinforced structure here as we bleed off to take the energy. This acts as a shock absorption system, saving your shoulders. The idea of this training is to develop combative efficiency, but with longevity, so over a period of time. This would be a front facial linear feed, okay? If I cant this somewhat downward, as this kind of decline, this would replicate the chin and jawbone for an upward linear type shot, such as a chin jab or an uppercut or a rising elbow. This structure. If I cant it backward, kind of declined feed this way, this would replicate the structure for a downward linear shot. So understand how we strike. You only strike in three ways. You're only going in a straight line. You can go straight out like a piston, you can go upward, or you can go downward, but it's still linear. Or you're coming in with an angular shot, around, a slap, a forearm, a punch, an elbow, using a weapon. An angular shot feed would be the pad now is turned inward. I like to keep it in line with my nose, center line. So this structure here now replicates the side structure of the head. Front linear feed, angular linear feed. Front linear feed canted down, front linear feed canted back. This is how we feed pads for the high line. You can also implement, like I said, bilateral structure left and right, and you can also put the hands back to replicate either side of the head for a bilateral shot such as a double slap. This would be how we feed high line. PADCOM really focuses on two target lines, both of which are generic. The generic high line, which is from the neck to the top of the head, 360 degrees around, and the generic low line, which is from the belt to the feet, mainly the groin structure. Tend to stay away from the body line because for the street, the body target is not always efficient. If you're not a heavy hitter, person has heavy musculature, thick clothing, it can negate the effect of the shot. If we're working low profile combatives with law enforcement or security, then you cannot be seen to be hitting the head. So the midline target would be of focus. But for PADCOM, we want the generic high line and the generic low line. And in some cases, particularly if we use a facial contoured pad, we would look at primary targeting, such as the eyes and specifically the throat. So we've looked at high line feed, now low line feed. So low line feed would be one hand here, one hand on top. You want to keep the pads low, approximately where your junk hangs, about here. You don't want them up here, and you don't want them down here, Sheboygan tribe style. You want them about here, right? The good thing about these kind of pads, particularly these combative training gear pads from Germany, is that, like I said, they allow you to put the pad on the wrong way round. So here, I can put the pad on the back of my hand, which allows me to cover my groin effectively. and still offer a target. It also allows me to put a shot here if I wanted to use any kind of downward hammerfish shot to receive impact to get a feel of what it feels like. But in the conventional way, put the pads on the normal way, one here, one here. Again, do not stance up, stay neutral, do not lean forward, try and stay upright, and when the shot comes, in all cases, you want to meet the energy. So if an upward knee or a spike kick come towards me, I'd want to time it, meet the shot, meet the shot. Same with any linear shot, I want to meet it, so that when I hit it, there is this cohesion, which is impactive and provides a good feedback loop, both to me for receiving the impact, and both to the combative trainer who's hitting the pad because it feels like a solid shot. The worst thing that can happen when somebody feeds you pads, and pad feeding is an art, make no mistake, is when some tosser holds the pad like a limp noodle, like a spaghetti, you hit the pad and his hand just flies away, and then he's got all the audacity to tell you your shot was shit. Basically what's happening here, the shot's not shit, you feed shit. If you keep the pad loose and you hit and you get no cohesion, you're going to hyperextend your elbow, you're going to get injured. You're also going to feel like you're not really hit with any impact depth. We'll talk about the elements that make a good strike soon, but understand that if the person just flowers back as you hit the pad, there's no cohesive energy. Instead of that, you want to meet the shot, so there's a solid cohesion. If you look at any good old boxing coach working with his fighter, he will literally pat the hands as they're coming in. You want to take that kind of idea. So to recap, front linear feed, canted down, canted up, angular feed, bilateral left and right feed, groin feed. This is how we feed the targets.
Right, I just want to recap on a couple of the points that Lee talked about earlier, about how we feed the pads. Just some of the nuances of how we do it. So for starters, I replicate the subject that he is facing. Okay, so as the pad feeder, I replicate the subject that he is facing, which means that as there is a height difference, I hold this pad to my head height, not my partner's. Okay, because obviously this is the street, it's not combat sports, it's not where we're matched up with the same weight and size and all that sort of stuff. He is facing me, which means that I'm going to hold this pad at my head height. I want to hold the pad inside the box of my shoulders. So I want to keep my wrists, my elbows and my shoulder in an alignment, like this. And what I want to do is I actually want to slightly cant the pad in towards him. So what I find quite commonly a mistake that people do is they'll hold like this, but then they'll twist their wrist so the pad's like right on the front, which causes strain on my wrist, okay? And the thing is as Lee said, this strike is coming across, that's why it's called a cross in boxing, it's coming across his body, okay? So it's important that I want to actually catch his shot. So rather than being like this, I'll just slightly cant it in, okay? What this will do is it will create a solid cohesion. As long as I'm meeting the shot, yeah, it's the best form to catch it, okay? It gives him a solid connection. So for example, if he's doing a palm strike, okay, I stand flat-footed, the pad's inside the box of the shoulders, he's gonna hit this pad, I'm gonna meet it, and at the same time as I meet the shot, I'm actually gonna ride and absorb some of the energy, okay? So to my count, get ready, 1, whoosh, and back, 2, whoosh, 3, whoosh, like this. So, as I said, the pad replicates the target. So in this case, when I'm holding it here, this replicates the head. But if I hold it down, then this replicates the groin. This is a groin target. In an ideal world, what I want to do as the pad feeder is I want to replace the target with a pad. Okay, and that's not always doable, but where possible, that's what I want to do. So for example, if I'm holding for a groin strike, okay, what I want to do is I actually want to place this pad to where my groin is. if you just take this side attachment for me, what I'm looking to do here is, this is where he's looking to target the groin, okay? What I want to do is I want to hold this here. I don't want to hold it away. Like Lee said earlier, the way that this sort of developed was, if I didn't hold a pad properly, or in this case, if I didn't protect my groin area and I was holding out here, Lee would just have a tendency to just knee low, okay? So I pretty quickly learned that the best place that I could try and hold was where the target was. So my objective is, not only am I gonna meet and present this pad here, but at the same time as I push down and meet this shot, I'm actually gonna give him a realistic transition. So I'm gonna replace the target with a pad at the same time as I move the target away from the pad. So as he knees, it's this, okay? So it's this, okay? So this is for the low line strike. So a couple of the other feeds that Lee was talking about, when we're talking about meeting this shot and creating this solid cohesion, it's really important that you try and catch the oncoming shot. So if it's a shot that's coming down, I want to catch the shot as it's coming down. I want to angle the pad so that we get this nice solid cohesion, okay? What you'll find is that people start to do this, and what ends up happening is, one, they can damage their wrists, and secondly, he won't get a solid feel, okay? So for example, if I hold like this, don't go too hard, but try and hit, and again. Okay, now if I just angle this, listen to the sound difference. From the same body mechanics, now he's getting, not only is he getting a better feel, but we're also getting an auditory thing. We can hear that it's better, okay? So it's really important that you actually angle the shot for the shot that's coming in, okay? So for the slap, it's the same. I want to be here, angled shot. So he hits it, and again, hits. You see how I meet, but also I'm riding and absorbing the energy as he goes. I'm not just, as he's doing it, just letting my arm go like this. I'm actually taking it and absorbing some of the energy, okay? So this is how we would feed a slap. For the any sort of upwards strike, so it could be a palm heel, or it could be some sort of uppercut, basically anything that comes up and underneath the jaw, I want to angle the pad this way, okay? Same sort of thing, I want to create that solid connection. I don't want to be holding like this, I want to angle it so that we get a good connection. So get ready, 1, 2, so you can hear that sound, that's what I'm trying to look for, okay? 3, and from this, I'm building confidence in him once he's got good body mechanics, that his strike is actually powerful, okay? It's a big difference between me holding, let's go back to the palm strike, me holding like this, go, okay? I know the sound's similar because I'm angling the pad, but what he'll feel is that there's no solid connection. That's why it's important that I meet the shot. Right, the last thing I want to talk about is the resources that you have as a pad feeder, or just some of the resources that you have. You have a high line target, you have low line targets, you have close quarters, which is at conversation range, and you have extreme close quarters. You also have left and right. These are the resources that we have as a pad feeder. I'd always suggest when doing pad work to begin with, you want to match up with someone of a similar size to you, because then it makes the pad feeding a lot more easier. Because as soon as you start to get someone really small and someone really big, then you have to adapt the way that you feed the pads. So for example, you know, if you're really small, you're not going to necessarily be able to headbutt as a starter. You might have to adapt by putting a knee strike into the low line and then a headbutt. So we would adapt the pad work for depending on size. But I'd always suggest when training, get with someone of a similar size to you.
All right, at this point I'd like to introduce Michael Mulder. He's a UC instructor in Holland, Urban Combatives Netherlands, very, very efficient. Great thing about Michael is he's operational, he's working in an environment where he's actually testing what he's doing, so he's getting really live feedback, and a really good instructor, very explosive combat athlete. He's going to be working with us on the PADCOM stuff. All I want to talk about first, before we get into the drills very quickly, is warm-up. So the basics of a warm-up are to raise the heart rate, send blood and oxygen to the muscles, and mobilise the joints. So any type of cardio, a couple of minutes of skipping, jogging on the spot, stationary bike, just to raise the heart rate. done some floor work such as push-ups, squats, just get blood to the large muscle groups, and then we mobilise the joints. So as a quick example, he's just going to sprint on the spot for 10 seconds. You'd repeat several times just to get the heart rate up. Here's one example of that. Ready? Go! And pick it up. And relax. So, raising the heart rate with some kind of cardio activity. Then you would take a floor position, so take a plank position, just nice and controlled, down and up with a push-up. It's going to go for about 10 reps, down and up, just pumping some blood to the muscles to get sort of you warm and ready for training. All right, just up now. Just going to do same again, 3 squats, just pumping blood to the upper body and to the lower body. That's all you're doing. So again, 10 squats, something like this. So you would do cardio activity, 2, 3 to 5 minutes, and then maybe you do 2 sets of push-ups, 2 sets of squats, like this. From there, we'd move into mobility exercises for the specific joints that are going to be receiving impact. So namely the wrists, the elbows, and the shoulders. So if we start first with the shoulders, I'm just going to bring the arms up and back. Just get full range of motion and then start to develop some momentum here. Now you might circle forward and backward and inside and out, opening up the thorax. With the elbows, just going to circle the motion in a circular motion, warm up the joints here, something like this, any type of mobility exercise. Going to work the rotator cuff, take your hands out, just going to rotate over and back, over and back, over and back. Again, working the wrists now, working on the floor. Just kneel down, going to put your hands in front, turn your inner elbows outward. Just going to lean forward, get a nice stretch in them. You do this for about 10 seconds. Then you would turn it, hands this way. You'll notice how inflexible some people can be here. Just going to lean back into it, not bounce, not force the stretch. Just after getting the heart rate raised, blood to the muscles, just literally mobilizing the joints. Then I'm going to take the wrists, put them this way, and put them this way, rock backward, and then finally, just going to link the fingers and rotate in a circle. So some type of warm-up that raises the heart rate, gets blood to the large muscle groups, and mobilizes the joints before you start is sensible. Right, I want to give you an example of what I mean when I say transition. So a transition means a movement in target in this case, right? So the ideal would be, if I've had to preemptively strike, is that the man is down, which means the shot was significant enough to knock him down or knock him out. That's the ideal, but of course nothing in life is ideal. So anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So you have to work off the premise that one shot's never going to be enough. In which case, he would give me a transition that would replicate him staggering back rather than hitting the ground. This would be an example of a transition. So if he started here and I hit it, and then he moved to here, this would be one example of a transition. In which case, that would indicate to me, in order to keep this dynamic, asymmetrical and offensive, I would then need to attach to the subject or the pad and continue attacking before he recovers. Right? But here, first of all, is an example of an ideal transition. So if I put him here so you can see best, if he was to approach me, he's got facial intent, maybe there's dialogue, all these other interactions which will come into play once we start getting a flow. I'm giving you a basic breakdown. Work off the premise that if he's in front of me and I've had to strike him, it's because there was no opportunity for me to escape, he wouldn't allow me to leave, and there is no opportunity for me to verbally dissuade. In which case, the physical is imminent. If the physical is imminent, it's in my interest if I do something to him before he does something to me. The idea will always be, make the other guy react to you rather than you react to him. Because as Kelly McCann says, no one fucking wins by defending. So the person that goes first is usually the one that comes out on top. The way that we train in combatives is hit first and continue hitting until there's no more threat. Or hit first and the subject's down, problem ceased, then leave the event. So if he was to give me a knockdown transition, here would be an example of what it looks like. So I'm going to put him here. He's going to give me a pad replication that replicates obviously the target, as we've said. Understand, I'm working off the premise that I couldn't avoid, couldn't escape, couldn't de-escalate. Physical's imminent and I'm going first. If I was to deliver a knockout shot, which would be the ideal, not always possible, but the ideal, then the replication of the energy that I would receive would be man down. If I was to hit him and it only knocked him backwards, then I would continue hitting until we achieve the result of man down. What's very important when you train fight management drills, which is how we fight the fight, is that the drill finishes with the subject down. The last blueprint in your subconscious mind is what you did was efficient. And that would look something like this. So if he's giving me a target, I hit him, I get this kind of structure. As soon as I know the man's down, I'm going to leave the scene. Yeah? This would be a knock-down transition. This is the ideal. So once you understand the ideal, we now need to work the what-ifs. What if it wasn't a knockdown shot? What if there wasn't enough impact? What if I telegraphed slightly because I was nervous and he tightened his jaw and he saw it coming? Well, what's going to happen now is he's not going to fall down. He's not going to be ended by the first shot. If you stand back in the reality of that in the street and look at your handiwork, you will quickly find out whether the subject you're dealing with is one of two personality profiles. One might be that he spits out some blood, puts up his hands and tells you he doesn't want no more. Or more likely these days, he spits out some blood, accesses his weapon, and now he wants to disembowel you. So what's really important is if you've been fortunate enough to take initiative, you need to exploit that initiative so that the subject doesn't recover. So understand where this is going. This is going to the concept of blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg is an offensive campaign designed to totally overwhelm the enemy that you're facing before there is any chance of recovery or retaliation. In order for that to happen after the first shot, I need to get an indexed attachment to him so he can't get away from me and continue beating him down so that he has no chance of recovery. As opposed to stand back and look at my handiwork, I allow him to recover, and now we're in a fight. So the transitions I'm going to show you now are working off the premise that it wasn't enough to put the man down. Well, the natural reaction if you hit somebody in the head is they're going to stagger back, and they may or may not raise their arms to cover. So from this perspective here, if I hit him and he just staggers, it looks something like this. So now he's taking that definitive shift in weight and the target has transitioned from here to here, which would now replicate me moving forward to grab a hold of it in order to hit it again and again. Another example of a transition might be, I hit him and he moves back and now his arms come up. His arms come up to guard his head. If his arms came up to guard his head in a real sense, then the highline target, which is what I was aiming for, is momentarily unavailable. That leaves me with two choices. I either leave the target alone and now seek a low line target, which we do in some cases as we'll see, or as in this case, I'm going to clear the barrier or the obstruction, which will be replicated by him covering the pad, which replicates covering the head, and I'm going to clear it and continue. So an example of that would be, I hit this, here, and he covers. Now I take two big meat hooks, clear this down and maintain an attachment, and then hit him again, and again, and again, until he was down. So the definition of a transition of target is, you hit the structure offered, and in some way or another, it moves to a different position. This would be a transition in target. So now we get into the crux of what we're doing. This is the fight management drills, right? Which are conceptual principle based. This is how we fight the fucking fight. So I'm going to give you a blitzkrieg module. And where it's going is how you would fight the fight. And we use a principle in Combatives which comes from NLP, which is chunking skills down. So we like to chunk down into 3 elements so that you understand the skill set, and then chunk it back up or build it back up before you install it into the student. It's the easiest way, so you grasp a bit at a time. Yeah? And then you get the big piece. So basically, what we're looking at here is a palm strike preemptive shot, could be any shot, but we're using a palm strike as an example. So we're going to use a palm-like structure in a piston formation, coming straight to the target and back. Piston-like palm strike. We're going to use the same strike for three shots. So the concept is, hit this fucker in the head, grab a hold of him so he can't get away from you, and hit him in the head again and again and again until he's down. How that pans out in reality is, hit this fucker in the head, get a hold of him, now hit any available target, because he's obviously going to start to cover up, until the subject's down. If you employ this principle, it doesn't matter if you punch him in the head, grab him, and repeatedly punch him in the head. It doesn't matter if you palm, you hammer, you elbow, or whatever you use, just use the concept. You're going to strike, attach to the subject, and repeatedly strike till he's no longer ambulatory. That's the deal. All right? For the purpose of learning here, we're going to use the straight palm. This is going to show you several things. First thing, it's going to show you how to impactfully hit the pad. Then it's going to show you how to attach to the subject. When we start to learn attachment, we learn via attachment to the pad structure. So I'm either going to grab the back of the pad or more likely the wrist structure of him. What I'm going to strive to do is I'm going to strive to use a thumbless monkey-like grip rather than wrap my thumb around to index. Although you may do that in the heat of the moment and it really doesn't matter as long as you've got a hold of him, it's a bad habit to entail, particularly as you start to grab people and clothing. Because if you wrap around a garment and there's an ensuing dynamic moving struggle, very easy to get your thumb snapped. So where possible, we look for a thumbless grip. So here I'm going to palm strike, he's going to transition. I'm going to reach for this attachment, and then I'm going to hit him again and again and again. For the purpose of this drill, he's going to give me a static transition. So he's going to go from flat-footed to stanced up, if you like. Then from the next shot, he's going to take a knee, and in the last shot, he's going to hit the ground. The reality is, he'll go plank stiff and he'll hit the ground like a sack of shit, which is one of the reasons that you want to hold him, is because you want to control his descent, as we'll talk about. But to get an understanding, we're going to chunk this into 3. So the first count, I'm stood, position of situational control. I'm lightly in front of his forearm. His forearm structure represents his chest. The facial linear pad structure represents his face. So this is this. Right, that's what we're doing. Yeah. First shot, I'm going to throw, I'm going to strike, and then I'm going to attach. This would be referred to within the 3-step breakdown as my entry. So my entry is the beginning. When I attach and continue to strike, this would be the middle. This would be referred to as the beat down. As soon as I continue to strike and the man is down, this would be replicated as the finish. So beginning, middle and end. So the beginning is, first of all, I hit this and I attach. This would be my entry. Notice how he's shifted now. I've hit him, he's made this transition onto the back foot via the impact. What's important is that as I continue to strike, I maintain this piston-like structure. So when I hit him again and he takes a knee, the transition of target will go from here to here. In order for me to maintain the piston, I need to raise my elbow in order to incorporate this straight power line. If I don't do that, and I just try to hit it, it ends up this kind of smacky kind of movement, which is about as useful as a chocolate teapot. So I want to maintain a power line. So the first shot I'm going, I'm going to attach, I'm going to raise my arm, again, he's now taking a knee. For the purpose of understanding transition, I need to raise my elbow, hit one more time, maintaining a grip which will pull me forward. So you need to develop good proprioception, where you feel where your body is braced and balanced. Then from here, I may or may not finish with one more shot before I leave the scene. All right? So our first transitional impact drill of this Blitzkrieg module will be palm strike, attach, palm, palm, palm. 3 strikes. We're learning transition, attachment, power line. Right? Whole thing. From here. Okay. I'm going to pass you over to Jamie. He's going to give you the breakdown of this with the lads and build it back up.
Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to chunk this drill down now, okay, and then we're going to build it up and put it together. So I'm going to teach it from two perspectives. I'm going to teach it from the student's perspective and the pad feeder's perspective. And I'm also going to give some coaching points for the pad feeder. Because understand that when you're holding this pad, you become the coach, which means that it's not only that you feed good, but you also give feedback to your student, which is, you know, is he being telegraphic? Is he hitting with power? Is it on target? You know, things like that. So it's important that you give that. It's called the coach's eye. Okay, it's another part to PADCOM. So what we're going to do first is we're going to start with the entry. So Hard's just going to stand over here. He's going to take his flat-footed stance, pads up. Same thing applies before. He's inside the box of his shoulders. This pad needs to be ever so slightly canted in towards him to catch the oncoming shot. Okay, one of the other reasons we do this like this is that as a student we can give him something visual to work off, because it's really important that we get impact with attitude. And to get impact, there's a few things that need to be present, but one of the most important things is depth. And the other thing is accuracy. Once you have them two things and you imply the intent, now you've got something. Then you need to try and make it non-telegraphic, okay? So by doing this, what he's actually going to be aiming for is, rather than hitting the pad, what I want him to do is I want him to, just stay where you are for a second, I want him to actually hit past the pad, past his shoulder. For him to be able to do that, if he just stayed where he is, if he just drops that and I put my hand here, it's very difficult for him to reach this strike, okay? For him to reach it, what he needs to do is he needs to take a step forward, or more so an explosive step, like he's exploding out the blocks, okay? So this is one thing. The other thing is that what you find, which is quite common, is because it's coming across the body, what you'll find is that the student will often hit on the side of the pad rather than the center of the pad. So you'll get this, rush, rush, okay, rush. What's happening here is I'm employing the right mechanics, but I'm not hitting the center of the target, which means half of my force is being lost. So I can use the same mechanics, and by simply pulling my shot back into where his shoulder is rather than out here, I'll get the shot into the center of the pad. So here, it's the same mechanics. The only difference is now I'm hitting on the target, okay? So this is a teaching point. So all we're gonna do to begin with is, to my count, Michael's gonna hit, attach to the pad, okay? You're just gonna give a transition, then we're gonna go back. Right, get ready. 1, good, and back. 2, good, and back. One more time. 3, good, and back. All right, so a couple of things that I'm looking for as the pad feeder is understand, as Lee said earlier on, what he's doing at the beginning, where this starts, is the pre-fight stage, which basically means it's before the fight. This guy's in front of you giving you a problem. You want to take a non-aggressive, unobtrusive stance, which is called defense, okay? This is where it starts. As soon as he hits this guy, he's now in a fight, which means now his hands need to come up, okay? You don't want to continue to fight and come back to this position. It's a bad habit. I used to do it for years, where I would go from hitting here, and then my hands would come back to here. This is bad. Even if I knock this guy out, I'm in a fight. I don't know who's around me. And if I'm standing like this with my hands down, then I'm not necessarily ready for maybe one of his mates to come from the side and hit me. Where at least if my hands are up, and my hands are up, now I'm in a better position to potentially take the impact. It might make the difference that stops me from getting knocked out. So when he hits and he attaches, I want his hands to go from here to here. Okay, which basically means his chin comes down, his shoulders come up, and his guard's up. Okay, this is the stuff that I'd be looking for from the coach's perspective. Yes, the same thing again, okay? Get ready. 1, good, back out. 2, good, you see how his chin's down and his shoulders up? And on the other side, his hand is up, okay? One more time. 3, good. All right, so let's add on the next bit to this now, okay? So this was the entry. Now we're going to practice the beat down, okay? So from here, the transitions, okay? What he needs to do is he needs to give a transition in target. So we're going to stay on the high line first, okay? So when I say 1, you're going to do the high line, you're going to take a knee, okay? When I say 2, he's going to go to the floor. Now to stop him from hitting the floor, from you from letting go, so let me just demonstrate this for example. So I'm in this position, my chin's down, my shoulders up, my hands up, okay? I'm going to do another hit on the high line. He's going to take a step back and go to his knee. So from here, takes a step back and goes to his knee. Now you see how he's angling the pad? Yet again, like I said earlier, he needs to meet the shot. It's no good him being like this. He needs to meet it. He needs to angle this shot, but he's still staying inside the box of his shoulders. From here, I'll hit again, and he'll go to the floor. Now, if I get what I class as sticky feet, I will let go of him. And if I don't let go of him, I'll end up on top of him. Okay, so it's really important that you move, and you move to the side. So that will look like this. And I move. Okay, from here, as the pad feeder, what I want him to do is I want him to try and pull this down. This is what some people will do, is they'll leave their arm extended out. This is a midline target. This is a low line target. Okay, this is the target that I want. So one more time. So I'm here, I'm going to hit him, he's going to take a knee, I'm going to hit him again, he's going to go to the floor, and I'm going to follow and come to the side. So from here, okay. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn it round, or turn them around, so that you can see from a different angle. Okay, so if you two swap over. Okay, so we're already starting from the beat down. Okay, so understand that as soon as he hits this subject, he's going from a passive guard, yeah, with his hands down, to an active guard with his hands up. As you can see now from the different angle, his chin's down, his shoulders up, and his guard's up. Now he's ready for the fight, okay? So, what's going to happen here is we're going to start from the attachment. Okay, I'm going to call 1, you're going to hit. He's going to take a knee, yeah? Then I'm going to say 2, you're going to hit, he's going to go to the floor, and you're going to follow. When I say 3, you do the last shot on the floor and stand up, okay? Get ready. 1, 2, follow him. 3, good. All right, back up, same thing again. Same thing again. Get ready. 1. So from here, to see what he needs to do from the student's perspective, he needs to raise this up so he gets the power line. Now this can either be done in 2 ways. So you can either raise it up and hit, or you can corkscrew it up and over. Either way, the elbow still raises to keep the power line, okay? So from here, same thing again. 2, he follows. So from here, you see, I know the bag's in the way, but he's starting to get this sticky feet, which now means he's leaning over, okay? This is not what we want. What I really want is just pass over here. If you just kneel here for me. So as he falls, watch. So fall, I follow and come to the side. Now I can drop my knee, or I can just stay up. But what I'm not doing is getting caught here, okay? Because 1, this puts a lot of pressure on my back, and to be honest with you, if this was his weight, I'm probably going to end up over the top of him, which you're going to see later when we start attaching to the person rather than the fucking arm, okay? So, same thing again, maybe just come back a little bit. All right, last time, get ready. 1, 2, 3, good. All right, so understand what this drill is doing, okay? This isn't necessarily replicating the fight. Nobody I've ever seen necessarily goes to 1 knee and then goes down. What it's doing is it's teaching the student how to keep the power line, but also how to change the target line. So this could replicate, this is obviously the high line strike, okay? This could be the midline strike, okay? This could be the low line strike. Okay, it's not necessarily set in the way that we're doing it. We're just giving you a way to train it so that you learn all of these key points, okay? All right, so now we've chunked it down, what we're gonna do is we're gonna chunk it back together again. So we're gonna put it into a seamless flow, okay? So what's important here is now you don't necessarily wait for your partner, okay? So it's a case of I will deliver as many shots as it takes for him to go through these transitions. What I do suggest though is that you never train to do more than 1 or 2 shots on the floor, because I don't want to get pulled into a ground fight. If I'm down there, I'll deliver a shot and then I'll get gone. I'll either get back and fuck off, or I'll finish him with my feet. I won't stay down there, okay? Hey, don't fucking go, mate. Fucking Sometimes the student will do other things. So for example, they'll start to focus on the attachment rather than the strike. Remember, the first thing you do is the most important thing you do. I want to knock this fucker out in one. I don't want to attach to him and then hit him again, because the moment of me attaching to him is going to make him tighten up and drop his head. Okay, and that's the difference that might make a fucking difference. So I want to hit, attach. Okay, it's really important that you get that separation. Okay, also you want to make sure that from here you really pull back and open up your chest. Try not to keep it here. Okay, you pull back because this gives me more distance, that it creates more power, more hip torque. Okay, so same thing again. Get ready, go! Good. One more time. Get ready, go! Good. So if you notice there, he attached and then hit. Okay, you really want to separate. From here, it's that, and then attach. And attach. Okay, get ready, go! See, that is the cadence that you want, okay? So he actually hit, and a split fraction of a second later, he attached. That's what you'll get. But you'll get this more when we start attaching to the person. But you'll see this as we progress.
Well, at this point, I want to introduce you to another part of PADCOM, which is solo pad training. Some of you may be aware of solo pad training. It's been out a long time, but basically, a lot of people that train combatives might not have access to a school, a UC outlet, or any combatives instructor, or even a training partner, and they may train on their own in a garage environment with a bag, a bob, and maybe nothing more than the pads. In some cases, all you need is one pad. The two main ingredients of UC are impact, hitting hard, with attitude, like your fucking life depended on it. You can implement both of these with a little imagination. So your imagination, or your virtual reality simulator between your ears, is the best training tool that you have. People lose their imagination from the age of 7, but if you can strive to visualize and create like a elicitation of an emotional state, then you can cultivate the attitude quite quickly. So as an example, whenever I'm training, whether it's solo, with a partner, or on a pad, in my head, I don't hit pads, I hit people. So I get in an emotional state that would replicate how I should think before I'm going to engage in a fight. So if we look at solo pad training, limited resources, maybe you got no mates, you got no friends, and all you got is a pad, you can still train this kind of thing. So the drill that you've just seen, which accentuates 3 palms and the power line, can easily be replicated. So I'm going to hold the pad here. In this case, I'm going to first work my dominant hand, holding the pad on my non-dominant hand. But I recommend that you train both sides so you become equally proficient. Because here we're working gross motor skill, that's very feasible very quickly. But here what I'm going to already be in an active guard with my hand up by my chin, tucked, based, and this is held up at head height. My initial first shot's going to explode off my back foot, and it's going to be implemented as I pull the pad towards my hand to create what's called the collision effect. Collision effect is one of several reasons that we attach, as we will touch on in a bit. But basically the collision effect allows me to propel the subject onto the incoming energy, so I create a car crash effect. So the first shot, I would, from here, straight piston strike, strike the pad, bringing this up. What that would replicate in the drill we just did is that the subjects drop to a midline. Now I would raise this arm up and hit again, which would lower the target further. And from here I'd lower higher up again with the elbow and then hit one more time. So the same drill in 3 movement transition, accentuating the power line, would look like this. So within UC, understand that PADCOM's for an intermediate trainer, so I'm assuming that you have an understanding of the UC toolbox. In UC, we have 6 primary weapons backed up with secondary tools. So the primary weapons are a palm strike, a slap, a hammer fist, eye blitz, elbow, and a knee. We also use takedowns and finishing with our feet with a stomp. But primarily, impactive strikes to disrupt consciousness, and there's one in there for disrupting vision. Secondary tools include gouging, biting, ripping, tearing, ballistic manipulation, and using the environment, which we're implementing as we go. Out of the 6 primary weapons, I'm going to give you a drill now that implements 4. So I'm going to show you how we can use the same blitzkrieg dynamic, just using a different skill set. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you use the same tool, hit with a palm, grab him, repeatedly hit with a palm, hit him with a punch, grab him, repeatedly hit him with a punch, like you see outside the kebab shop on any Saturday night. Or we use a myriad of tools, as I'm doing here, for the purpose of demonstration. So here, we're going to work off the same idea that I hit with a preemptive strike, it gives me a transition, and I get an attachment. From here, I'm going to continue with what we call cycling hammer fists. So I'm going to cycle 1, 2 shots, and I'm going to follow with an elbow. From here, this would finish the engagement, but if not, and he was still on his feet, he'd certainly be covered up or turning away, which means the head target would be no longer available. So from this elbow transition, he's going to put the pad down, forcing me now to go from pad to partner. So now I'm literally manipulating him. From here, I'm going to put in here 1, 2 shots, put him on the ground, and then move away from here. Depending on what side I end up, come up, as an example. So if I go from here, elbow, and attach here, the knee that I've got back is ready for the transition. However, I could end up in any number of positions where that wasn't available and it forced me to switch knees. Take the concept. I'm going from hitting high to hitting low, right? So from a right-handed perspective, switch to pad. I'm going to go palm attach as an entry. Here. I'm going to hammer, elbow. I'm going to attach here, switch, boom, 1 knee, maybe a kick, put him down, and then I'm going to move away. So I'm using the concept of high, low, which is a principle, and I'm implementing 4 of my 6 primary tools, namely palm, hammer, elbow, knee. This is our second blitzkrieg drill.
Right, so we're just going to chunk this down again, okay? We're going to break it down into a beginning, a middle, and an end. So as Lee said, the entry, the beat down, and the finish, okay? So the entry is the same. He's just going to palm, attach, still keeping with the same thing of making sure that as soon as he throws the strike, he puts his hands up because now he's in a fight, okay? So the beginning is the entry. This is on the first count. Ready? 1! Good. So we've already done that. So let's move on to the beat down, okay? So with the beat down, he's going to do a hammer, hammer, elbow. What's important here, because this is a pad feeding DVD, is that I focus on how we feed the pads, okay? So because this is a beat down, the energy that you need to give is the beat down. So the way we do that is not only do we step with each strike, but we also lean and cant our body, okay? Because like I said, it's a beat down. If I was to hit this guy in the head, he's going to start cover. If I hit him again, he's going to start covering and going lower. So it's important that we replicate that on pads. So for the second count, he's going to hammer, hammer, elbow. Get ready, 2! So really try and, so if I just take for a second, I'll show you. So really try with this, yeah, from this attachment. So hammer, hammer, elbow, 2. Here. Because the reality is that he's hit me in the head, here. He's hit me in the head, boom, and he's hit me again, and I'm here. This is where we're at. You see how that elbow's coming up and over the target, over the shoulder? So this is what I need to replicate. It's not here, it's here. So it's not here, it's here, yeah? So, same thing again, just the second part. Just come back a little bit for me. Ready, 2! Yeah, see, like this. This is what I want. One more time, come back. Get ready, 2! Good, okay. So, from wherever he's at now, he needs to present a low line target. What's going to happen here is his hard is going to attach, making sure that when he attaches to the subject, but we want him to hurt him on entry. This is another principle called incidental striking, okay? This is important because this is what's going to give the pad feeder that feel of getting ragged about, because it fucking hurts this shit, so you've got to learn to suck it up, okay? From here, he's going to put in 1 or 2 low line shots. It could be knees, it could be kicks, okay? It's really important that he meets this shot. A lot of the time, a bit stupid, I don't wear a groin guard, but I've become fucking good at catching them shots, and that's what you need from this. So 2 shots, rag him to the floor. 3. Good. And he gets to the back. He may, from there, if the stamp presents itself, stamp, okay? What's important from this position is that if the stamp's not there, don't fucking take it. It really annoys me when I see people stamping when a target's not available. You've got a second. Take that second to assess what target's available. And if you feel that you've done enough, then just fucking move on, fuck off, okay? So, let's put it together. Get ready, so into 3 counts. 1, 2, 3. Good. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to put it together. I'm just going to turn these round so you see from a different angle. On the first count, he's going to do the entry, so the palm attach. The second count, he's going to do the hammer, hammer, elbow, which is the beat down. And on the final count, he's going to put in 2 knees, snatch, and if the target's available, he's going to stomp on it. But for now, I just want to show the first 2, and I want you to freeze on the last one, okay? All right, get ready. 1, 2, 3. So just keep him there. Okay, so from here, it's really important. In this situation, he's left out his ankle. Now, if we're assuming this is a level 10 fret, which we always start with 10 because we can turn it down, then I want to make sure that this fucker ain't getting back up. So I'm going to stomp on either the ankle, the calf, or the knee. And in this case, the knee is not necessarily available, so it's going to be the calf or the ankle. Now, for training's sake, he's not going to stamp on his partner. He's going to stamp next to the target. But it's really important that he actually stamps next to the target and not right out here. Okay, so there's a need to control what you're doing now. Select the target, okay? Don't just stamp for stamping's sake. So from here, he's going to stamp on the ankle, and then he's going to fuck off and get off. All right, let's just do that one time, full speed. Like I said, depending on where he goes, depending on if the target's available, it's his job to decide whether it's available or not, okay? Get ready, go!
Okay, I just want to talk to you about the reasons for attachment. There's several reasons that we attach. The first reason is, if I hit him and he starts to move away from me and there is going to be a need to continue, or even if he's going to fall, I ideally want to get a hold of him. Primary reason I want to get a hold of him is if I need to continue. This is close quarter combat. I need to keep him at close quarters so I can finish it quickly. I do not want to hit him, he staggers back, creates 3 feet, shakes it off, and now puts up his dukes, because now we're in a fight. Understand what a preemptive blitzkrieg dynamic is. It's the clinical removal of a threat. It's not a tooth and nail fight. A tooth and nail fight is when this fucker's beating on you, you're covering up, and you've got to fight back to gain inertia to overcome his power. That's a fight. That's a tooth and nail struggle. Whereas if I bang him out and he's out before he even knew he was in a fight, that's a clinical removal of a threat, as is a blitzkrieg, as long as I don't pause and I continue. So the reality is, I'm not going to attach to an arm that's being held up as we've just practiced. I'm going to hit him and then grab him. If I grab him, I'm likely to grab a garment, but I could also grab the contour of his neck where it meets his shoulder. If he's got a big beard or long hair, I'll grab his fucking hair. If he's got a fat face, I'll grab his face. I'm going to grab something that will allow me to stay attached to him. That could be with one arm coming out this way, it could be with my arms coming this way, or it could be from some kind of clinch or tie-up position. Either way, I'm holding on to him so he can't get away from me. That's the first reason. Second reason is what we said, the collision effect. I'll get good impact from hitting him, but I'll get better impact if I pull him onto the strike. So I'll get good impact this way. If I was here and holding him, I would pull him this way onto the knee. If I was holding him here, I'd pull him this way, again onto the knee. So what we call the collision effect. This hand also acts, or these hands when I'm attached to him, as what we call a sensory antenna. So as soon as this becomes live and goes dynamic, we're very close, my vision is very tunneled, so primary visual sense is not really available. It's almost like you're a biscuit inside a biscuit tin being shook up chaotically. You're not taking in much intel. But if I'm holding on to him, I have a tactile sense of one, where he is, and two, of his energy. So if I hit him and I feel his body weight start to slump, I'll feel a weight drag on my arm, which innately tells me the effect my hard skill was just had. It was effective, he's dropping. If conversely to that, I hit him and I feel this push-pull dynamic of a struggle, that will innately tell me in a kinesthetic sense that he's still active and dynamic, which means I need to still continue. So it acts as a sensory antenna. But the primary reason, particularly from a civilian self-protection perspective, is when I hit him and knock him out unconscious, I want to be able to control his descent to the ground. People in the street die from impacting their head on the pavement or on something hard on the way down when they fall. So you see a headline in the newspaper, it says, "One punch kills man." Wasn't the punch, it was the pavement. So as a civilian, where self-defense litigation is a major issue to consider, I want you to keep yourself safe, but I don't want you to go 10 years in prison doing it. So the idea of attaching to the subject to control his descent, or at least take some of the impetus out of the power of his fall so he doesn't impact as hard as he would, is a very logical, sensible thing to do. The thing you need to understand is everything has a beginning, a middle and an end. And the post-event of a fight situation are the consequences. So there's always consequences to violence. There's probable litigation, where there'd be police involvement, court appearances, heavy fines, potential imprisonment. You will be expected to articulate your defense in court and define as to why you did what you did. The two key points to remember in any situation are, was what you did reasonable, and was what you did necessary? Well, it was necessary if the subject prevented your escape, because if you could have escaped, you fucking should have. And is it reasonable? Well, as long as you do enough to stop the threat, put the threat down so it ceases to be a threat, you've worked within the realms of what's considered reasonable. So reasonable and necessary. So if you are in a court of law and you were asked to explain why you did what you did, why did you hit this man preemptively? Because I felt an honest belief that my life was in danger. I tried to leave, he encroached on me and he stopped me from leaving. He exhibited a body language cue that indicated to me that my life was potentially in danger. Couldn't even tell you what I did, I just hit him. I was scared. But I was conscious enough in my mind to hold on to him and control his descent because I didn't want him to hurt himself. I even put him in the recovery position. So attaching to the subject to control descent is good all round for you. So to recap quickly before we look at these 3 attachment drills that we're going to pass you over to Jamie for, we want to attach to keep the subject at close quarters and prevent his retreat. I want to enhance my collision effect by pulling him onto my shot. It acts as a sensory antenna inside of the fight that tells me whether I need to continue or stop, and it allows me to control his descent. One other situation where attachment might be very useful is in a situation if there's multiple assailants. So if there was another person coming into the affray here, because I'm attached to him, beaten on him, I don't need to visually look at him. You know, a high-level performance combative trainee, a tier 1 civilian level trainee, should have the ability to use all his senses well. Which means if I'm in this fight with this fucker here, fighting and doing him, I can beat on him whilst I look for his friend. Which means if his friend enters the affray now, I can use the attached subject as a barrier or a projectile between me and the second subject. So attachment is very useful.
Right, so what we're going to work now is just a couple of attachment drills, okay? So there's a big difference between attaching, if you just change your grip, there's a big difference between attaching to this arm compared to attaching to a subject, okay? So if I'm attaching to this arm and he falls, especially if he doesn't give very good feed, he'll extend his arm, which means I'm probably only getting, I don't know, half or 3/4 of his body weight. It still will give me the feeling that I need to move and not to let go, but there's a big fucking difference between attaching to this to attaching to this. So the first drill that we're looking at is just getting that attachment, just seeking that attachment. So he's going to stand here in front of me with the pad up. I'm going to hit the pad. He's going to give me a transition back and I'm going to attach to him, okay? When I attach, like everything we do in combatives, we do it fucking ballistically with intent. I don't just grab hold of him, I actually grab hold of him. It should hurt. By the end of this, he should have fingerprint bruises, or if he's got hair, he should have a ball patch, okay? This is the conditioning that you get from holding the pads. So the first drill is just literally, I hit, he staggers back, I attach, and we stop, okay? So from here, same thing applies. Okay, this is when you start to see that pretty quickly when you're teaching in a class that you need more than one t-shirt, because t-shirts fucking rip, okay? But I am attaching to the t-shirt or to his head, okay? It's important that you first of all gain this attachment, okay?
Right, so we've just looked at attaching to the garment. So again, thumbless grip, want to do it with purchase when we grab him. But the thing to understand is that if he falls from this impacted shot, you're going to get pulled and propelled. So now you're getting much more of a dynamic movement, which gives an inclination of what the struggle of a fight feels like. So very quickly, you want to make the transition from grabbing the pad, which is a very novice way of learning, to grabbing the subject. So it's a good idea to bring some shitty t-shirts into your training. So obviously these are new and nice, we don't want to tear them, but you want to try a variety of t-shirts, a jumper, a sweatshirt, and also a hoodie. Hoodies are good, particularly if you can rag it over his head and control him street hockey style, sort of attaching. Right, so what we've just looked at is striking this pad and then attaching to the subject as he makes his transition. This is the first attachment drill A, if you like. From here now we want to progress to starting from an already attached position, now striking the pad and feel what it feels like when he falls to the ground to get pulled. He's going to pull you forward. What's important is that you want to maintain base and equidistant feet wherever you'll move to. This is a proprioception kind of activity, kinesthetic awareness, where any good fighter will tell you he's already poised. No matter what position he moves to, his feet are underneath him. He knows where he should be. Having the awareness of movement through space and time, understanding where each body part is in relation to the other. This is proprioception, which comes after a while of training. But the main thing is, when he falls, I don't want to leave my feet where they are, because he'll pull my nose over toes, over the axis of my body, and then my base will break. Plus, if I have to strike him from here, there's a power leak, because there's no power. I need to make sure everything goes with him. So the second drill we're going to work, already from an attached position, take a good bunch of clothing, thumbless grip, and then when I hit this from this active guard position, he's going to fall, I'm going to move with him. Looks something like this here. Again, here I'm moving, I might drop this knee on him to get extra base, but in no count am I being pulled forward. I'm moving with it. Working from attachment, this is attachment drill B, from here.
Right, so just a point to this. We obviously in UC when we train, we have a lot of different types of people that turn up. Okay, so we have obviously people from a young age to an old age, carrying different types of injuries. So sometimes you need like a progression in a drill and a regression. So the ideal thing here is that when I hit him, he drops like a sack of shit, okay? He just fucking immediately drops to the floor, because that's the sort of energy that I'm most likely going to get from a knockout shot. But there is another sort of type of energy that you might get, that sort of staggered, altered state of consciousness, where he sort of staggers back and maybe drops to the floor. Okay, this would be a better transition for maybe somebody that's concerned about dropping to the floor or maybe has some problems. So I'd suggest, rather than suddenly just taking your legs out and going to a hard floor and falling on your hips, that you stagger back and then maybe drop on your arse. Okay, so the transition would be, if you just swap sides for me. So what you're going to do is I'm going to hit and you're just sort of going to stagger backwards and then fall on your arse and then go down. Okay, so a little bit slower. Okay, so from here. Okay, now you see this time my leg come in, I couldn't get it round the side. I mean, sometimes you're going to find that you can't necessarily get round to the side and that you might have to step over the top. But like Lee said, this is a proprioception drill. So the ideal response is I move to the side. Just the last point I want to make on this before we move on to the next one is that we're introducing the pad feed, and you're going to see this more in a minute. What's important that when I have this attachment to the subject, that the pad, like I said earlier, replicates his head, and his head is here. Yeah, if he holds outside the box of his shoulder, now his head's over here. That would be like me holding him and then hitting his mates. Remember, we're trying to make this realistic, so he needs to put this into the box of his shoulders. Okay, this is the starting position. So from another angle, you can see that it's here. Okay, you can even rest this sort of on top, depending on where my grip is. Okay, but the bottom line is that the pad is close to the attachment, close to his head, rather than outside. Okay, and across. All right. Let's move on to the last drill, okay? The last drill, I'm going to bring you in a second, is now I need to try and gain this attachment before he falls, okay? So like I said, if you're doing this properly and you're injury-free and potentially you've got a padded floor like we have here, then I like to make this a little bit of a game, okay? My objective is to hit and attach to him before he falls to the floor. His objective is to fall to the floor before I attach to him, okay? So this will teach the importance of hit and attach. And like I said earlier on, what you'll start getting people doing is they'll start attaching, then hitting, okay? What you don't want to do is you don't want to waste the first thing you do. Hit the cunt first, then attach, okay? And what you also don't want to do is attach at the same time as you hit, because you lose body mechanics. Hit and attach, and this just starts to speed up that cadence. It's a boom boom, okay, rather than 1, 2, okay? So I'm going to hit the pad, you're going to fall. I might attach to him, I might not, but at least I fucking tried, okay? Okay? This is when you start to see t-shirts ripping, okay? And again, one more time. Okay, so this, both times I managed to keep hold of him. What you might find is that I might keep hold of him till the sort of mid-range part, and then I might lose my grip, okay? But what I've done is I've taken some of the impetus, like Lee said earlier, out of the fall. So rather than his head hitting the floor from here, it's now half the distance, so less impactive power. Might make the difference that makes the difference.
It's certainly be the difference that makes the difference. And like you said, at least you strive to gain attachment. In my experience of knocking people out cold on their feet, they go plank stiff and they fall where they were, just like a plank of wood. So you've really got to make the attachment something that you really strive to make work, and all it takes is flight time. So you get that cadence of here, 1, 2, you will catch it. Even if you catch a contour, even if you grab an arm and lose the arm, you're taking some of the descent impact out of the equation, which is got to control his descent to a fair degree.
This is why I said that you want to start changing over partners. There's a big difference between me controlling his descent, yeah, compared to me controlling his descent.
Or indeed him controlling yours.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Right, so let's have one with you controlling your descent, heavy subject, and then you controlling him.
Yep.
Right, go.
Okay.
Go. Good. There we go. So this is strike attachment. So the first one, we're going to strike, gain attachment. Second one, you're working from attachment, you hit and he falls. Third one is how you're going to do it. You're going to strike and attach as he falls. At this point, I'm just going to give you a very quick recap of the hard skills we employ. If you want to have a good understanding or a deeper understanding, then I suggest you look at some of the YouTube clips on the UC channel, or you look at any of the media. But basically, like I said, we have 6 primary tools. 5 are impactive or concussive. So understand the objective. The objective is to disrupt your adversary's ability to fight. And you're going to do that in a number of physiological ways. The primary way is switch off the computer. You want continuous impact to the head that will shake the brain and switch off the computer. So unconsciousness is the best of all. Hard impactive strikes to any bony plate on the head that shakes the brain will disrupt consciousness. Or you're going to attack via fingertip strikes or gouging, ripping and tearing to the eye structure. So disruption of vision. This is always a good tool to employ for any female student that you have. It's the first thing I ever teach a woman. Another would be disruption to breathing. So a very hard body shot, a very hard kick in the balls that puts the testicles up into the tonsils, or any punch in the throat or disruption to breathing via a choke or a strangle will disrupt breathing. Final way is to boot out mobility. So if I stomped your toes flat, or I kicked out your knee, or I booted your peroneal so you couldn't stand on your legs anymore, I've disrupted mobility. So understand, if I take your consciousness, your vision, your breathing, or your mobility, I will disrupt your ability to fight. If I take 1, 2, or more of these things, I'm very likely to take your will in a psychological, emotional sense to continue. So your objective is to disrupt your adversaries to fight both physically and emotionally. So to do that, we're going to look quickly at the toolbox, okay? So the first one I want to show, just from here, working from a natural position, this is my lovely wife B, she's very efficient, very, very capable, is an eye blitz. So the eye blitz is the disruption in vision. This is very useful for any smaller person, or a young adult, or a young kid even, or anyone that is not in a necessary great physical condition to impactively hit hard on the day or right now. It doesn't take a lot of power to hit into the eyes. Basically, we're going to use what's called the rapid eye blitz, or the eye blitz, which takes this motion of the hands from a submissive position into a raking position in a myriad of attacks. Whenever you use one strike in succession more than twice or 3 times, so the hammer fist employed continuously in this way, you are using what's called the principle of cycling. If I was to use a palm followed by another, followed by another, followed by another, I'm again using this idea of cycling. And here you are using an eye rake configuration, downward followed by another, followed by another. This is again an example of cycling. So whenever you use the same shot in succession 3 to 5 times, you're implementing cycling. You can employ this on a normal pad structure, or this is where pads with a facial kind of contour that replicate the eye structure work really well. The upside down triangle from the eyebrows down to the nose structure is the generic target of the eyes. You're looking for the general direction of the soft tissue around the nose. If she implements 1 or 2 fingers into this structure, it will create a defensive recoil and reflex where the hands are coming up, and the subject is defensive. Understand, the second the subject is defensive, he is no longer predatory. So this is a very good tool to implement for a stun and run tactic for a woman. You can also implement from here the principle of high-low, where she would potentially hit into the eyes and the hands come up, and then she could kick unobstructed to the groin. So this would be a principle of high-low. So here she's disrupting vision and breathing. But for now, I just want to show you a transition between attacking the eyes, from there going to impact. So first of all, I'm going to hold the pad again, flat-footed in the same way. As soon as I count 1, she will ballistically come forward with 3 eye rakes. This is an eye blitz. I'm going to count 3 reps to give you an idea of the skill set. Starting with hands are up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. This is a rapid eye blitz. Now, when you're throwing the fingers at the eyes in succession in this way, there's a very high probability you're going to land one. And the natural position is going to be defensive recoil. From here, this is where she would take both hands, clear the line, grab an attachment to the head or the pad, and then from there cycle with a hammer fist and go back into an elbow to finish with impact. So we're going from a disruption to vision to a disruption in consciousness. The final thing I'm going to give when she buries the elbow is I'm going to hit the ground to replicate subject down. She's going to make an escape. Okay, just going to do 1 rep. Ready? Go! And down. Good. So this would be an example of the rapid eye blitz moving into a succession of impactive tools. Again, an example of blitzkrieg. All right. Other tools that we're going to employ are the palm strike, the hammer fist as a use of a tool by itself, and the elbows in the knees. First of all, I just want to give you an example of a single palm strike, which you've already seen, but I just want you to see it again. Good. Now I just want to show the example of a slap. So you've just seen a linear tool, now a slap's coming angular. From here, nice big shot. Good. And one more. Good. This would be a slap. So the eye blitz, palm strike, and the slap share the commonality to open-handed tools. Okay? From there, we've seen the others. Hammer fist strike, he's going to throw in a palm and then he's going to attach and cycle 3 times with a hammer fist. This is, again, one of our primary tools. Let's go. Good. Again, so go lead palm into the face, hammer fist to follow. So palm, go. Hammer, 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 hammer. Good. So this is the hammer fist, as we've already seen. Again, from an attachment, if he was here, now he's going to show an elbow. Hit him with the point of the elbow. Point structure, and here, as you've already seen, if he takes a side clinch, put the knee, and again, point of the knee. So, to recap quickly, eye blitz, palm strike, slap, hammer fist, and knee. These are our 6 primary tools, and these are what we've been implementing so far, and what we're going to finish this production with when we come into our actual blitzkrieg examples. What we're talking about is the principle of blitzkrieg. So this is basically how you get through this fucker in 5 to 10 seconds, right? It's a proactive dynamic. Like I said, you're going to hit him, you're going to grab him, repeatedly hit him. Doesn't matter what you employ, just take the principle of that. First one I'm going to give you is a very simple example using the same tool. So if you only knew how to punch with a right cross or a left cross, you could punch someone in the head, grab them and repeatedly punch them. If you had to use a tool, let's say half a brick, you could hit them in the head, grab them and repeatedly hit them with half a brick. Now you've got the principle of blitzkrieg. Understand where this principle comes from. It comes from criminality and it comes from war. That's where it comes from. So if somebody ambushed somebody with a knife, a street criminal, jumped out and stabbed somebody and grabbed them and repeatedly stabbed them until they were dead, that would be a horrible sight and a horrific thing. But what they've actually just employed is an overwhelming assault that was impossible to retaliate or recover from. That's blitzkrieg. Here we're using it from an unarmed perspective. I'm going to hit you first, grab you and repeatedly hit you. So picture the dynamic of what that would look like in your head. As soon as you go, you keep going and you accelerate. It's almost like a snowball at the top of a snow-covered mountain, rolling down the hill, gathering mass and momentum as it gets to the end. It's just going to get worse and worse for the person on the receiving end. First example is going to be simple, what we've already done. It's going to hit him with a palm, grab him and repeatedly hit him with a palm. Again, using the pad as a target. So here, Mikhail was going to give the example of the feed. He is the pad feeder. Jamie is the combatives trainee. So PFCT. He's going to use a natural unobtrusive position, hit him with this palm strike, grab him and then repeatedly hit. We're going to start where we intend to finish. So this is how the end piece would look once you've got the dynamic. Ready? Go! In this case, 3 strikes, man's down, he's gone. It can be that clinical, all right? Go one more example, just elongate, maybe 4 strikes. Go! And then gone. Get the idea? Hit, attach, repeatedly hit. This is the principle of blitzkrieg, right? When you learn it with a simple skill such as one tool, a palm strike, there's one command going through the brain. Hold and hit, that's it. It's not complicated, it's not complex, it's gross motor. The tool we employed is extremely gross motor. If you can open the fridge and reach in for a beer, you can put your hand in somebody's face. Understand that under fight duress, you know, many things happen to you that make you dysfunctional in a combative sense. So simple is best. But whenever you learn and install a skill set, you're going to implement, as we've talked about in previous projects, the attribute equalizer. And this is a model for installing skill sets in others that comes from one of my peers and friends in the US called Mike Van Beek of focused counter-violence methods. And he basically employs an attribute equalizer, which is much like the old graphic equalizer from my day that you would use for listening to tunes. So you'd have some switches on it that would have a switch for bass, volume, tone, and treble, etc. And you would change around these things to get a different kind of sound. Well, imagine the analogy of that, but using the attributes of power and strength, speed, body mechanics, and intention or mental intent. When you want to learn a new skill, you want to slow it down and take the power out. So you would turn down power and strength, you would turn down speed, but you would turn up to maximum the actual body mechanical movement. And you would always, without exception, for combatives, keep the intent at maximum. So how that might look in a sense of what he's just done when you are learning, you would turn down power and speed, but you would accentuate body mechanics and you would accentuate intent. So from here I would strike, attach, strike, strike, strike here. Keeping the intent high, keeping the body mechanics high, but keeping the power down and keeping the strength down. We're going to talk about this attribute equalizer as we go throughout this PADCOM project and in future projects. But for now, let's assume that we have an understanding of it all. Once we've got all the pieces, we're going to implement it the way we would implement it. So the example that Jamie just showed was strength turned up, speed turned up, body mechanics turned up, and intent turned up. But whenever you learn a skill, slow it down until you install it, and then speed it up once you've got it. Okay? I'm going to give you another example of Blitzkrieg now. And the Blitzkrieg example I'm going to give is my preferred method of using a skill set, which implements palm, an attachment, some kind of hammer, elbow, knee, putting him on the floor, and then finishing with my feet as we've seen. So the first Blitzkrieg example that you've just seen was strike, attach, repeat the same strike till the man is down. That's Blitzkrieg drill 1. Now I'm going to show you 2. So from here, all the same principles apply to what we've just looked at. Okay, I'm going to strike, attach, use my skill set, and then implement a finish after my beat down. So I'm here.
Just want to make a couple of points on what we just talked about. So as Lee said about this attribute equalizer, okay, normally we employ this to make sure the student turns down the speed and the strength, okay, so that he gets the body mechanics high, okay, obviously still keeping the intent high. The reason we do this as the pad feeder is that I'm the one that's going to get fucking hurt. Okay, so it's really important that when we do this drill that I'm the one that controls it. That's why I said at the beginning that I become his coach when I'm holding this. This doesn't go any faster than what I feel comfortable feeding it, okay? So what we would generally start with is like a sort of, you could say like a walk, jog, sprint pace, but pretty quickly it becomes a sprint. The only reason that we take it to that point so quickly is because we've worked together loads of times before. But the important thing that you must get is that I'm the one, as the pad feeder, that controls this dynamic, okay? Because like I said, I don't want to get fucking hurt, okay? So, when we do this, I would encourage my partner to put in more power, increase the speed, okay? It's really important I encourage that because you get two types. You get the person that likes to just rush in and fucking hit full power but has no understanding of the fucking drill, which means, yet again, I'm going to get fucking hurt. Or you get the guy that doesn't want to hurt his partner. And he's the guy that needs fucking encouraging to increase the power and the speed. So, like I said, it's important that you understand both of these types of people when you try to encourage one to speed it up and the other to turn it down. The other point I just want to make on now we're attaching to this subject, okay? So in the first drill that we did where he did the entry of the palm strike, then he attached and then he palm until I hit the floor. This would be considered as the entry and the beat down. Okay, as Lee said earlier, there's 3 phases. There's the entry, the beat down, and the finish. Okay, in this circumstance, we finished with the beat down. Okay, you could finish on the entry. It could be 1 strike, man down, as we showed earlier, or you could finish on the beat down. Okay, what we're looking at now is that you've hit this guy, he's staggered back, you've hit him again and again and again, and he's covering up. Okay, now he's covering up. There's a need to branch. Because it ain't fucking working. If I've hit him in the head and I've hit him again and again and again and he's putting his hands up, now I'm giving him a chance to recover and retaliate, okay? And that's the last thing I want. So I have to immediately do something else. And in this case, he's gonna attach to me, put a snatch and a stomp in, okay? But the point that I really want to make is on pad feed. I already mentioned this when we talked about the attachment, okay? But it's really important here. If my pad is all the way out here, okay? If we just move the pad. My pad's all the way out here. This is going to feel very unrealistic, okay? So it's important that when we do this, we give feedback, okay? I'll actually ask the student, does that feel right, okay? And he'll actually say to me, look mate, that don't feel right, I'm fucking crossing over, it feels wrong, okay? It should feel good for him. That's the idea of PADCOM, I'm trying to build his confidence. So I'm going to hold this inside the box of the shoulders, and I'm going to be here. I can support it here, but it starts to drop it a bit low, but it's ideally here. Okay, when he employs the hammer fist, if it's out here, you'll notice that he can't hit this and drop his body weight through because his fucking arm's in the way. So what I need to do is I need to actually meet the shot. So if we just turn around here. So if I'm here and he tries to hammer fist, he's going to stop himself. Okay, this feels shit and he should give me the feedback. But if I apply here and as he does it, I meet the shot, he should be able to make a smooth transition and miss his arm. So just do 2 hammer fists for me. Okay, you see how he's going all the way through, and you can see now it actually does drop and supports on here. That's why I like these pads, because they've got this curve structure, so I can support it here. The other thing, last point, is as I said, this is the beat down. So I'm not just going to stand here and he does 2 hammers and an elbow, because I'm not giving him any transition. As he's doing it, I'm leaning down, okay? So with each shot, I step back and lead down, so go. Here, so I'm here. This is where he's finished, the elbow on my head. Now he attaches to me, puts in a knee, maybe 2 knees, snatches me to the floor, okay? So let's just see how that looks, full speed. You ready?
So from attachment?
No, just do the whole thing, okay? Palm, attach, hammer, hammer, elbow, knee, snatch, stomp, okay? Go. Good, one more time. So I still stayed up quite right there. I should have leant a little bit more, okay? That's because we went straight into it. Let's go again. Go.
When we implement all of that, including a stomp, we are training on a violence volume dial of 10. You should always train for maximum. You need to train for that badass motherfucker that simply will not capitulate. You've got to stop him. So that could be a level 10 use of force. Understand that you could implement all of that and you could still lose. There's no fucking guarantees. But what's proven to give you the highest probability of success is the person that goes first with the most usually comes out the best. And like I said, that's a predatory dynamic. That's the way criminals operate. So you need to do it to them before they do it to you. And by training in this way, you're adding a little bit of sophistication to it and making it fucking sexy. But the idea is that you are the first with the most to come out the best. Any number of variables can enter the equation. If you are dealing with a highly pain-resistant individual, whether he's pharmaceutically assisted, intoxicated, got a deep line receptor site, so he's just a bad motherfucker, then you could implement all of that and just get out by the skin of your teeth. In the same vein, you could enter with 10 in your head, as you should always, hit the fucker with the first shot and he's out immediately. And it's a bit of an anticlimax. You could get both of those ends of the scale result. Any part of the beginning, the middle, or the end, any part of the entry could end it. You could end it with the entry. You could enter and then be halfway through your beatdown and end it, or you might need to go all the way through to the finish. Always practicing combatives to go over the edge, above and beyond what you need. Hopefully you won't need it, but you might need it. And it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So we train to go beyond. Violence volume dial of 10. That's what makes combatives sit at the extreme end of the martial scale, or the self-protection scale, if you like, right? So what we looked at is a few examples, or a couple of examples so far, of Blitzkrieg. We're going to finish with 2 more. I want you to now implement some kind of slap, attachment, and a takedown, and a finish. Again, the beginning, the middle, and the end, and then we'll finish with 1 more. Yeah? So let's go straight into that.
All right, so what we're looking at now is we're changing the entry. So what we looked at first was this preemptive palm strike, okay? Understand that this entry is what I'd consider as your main artillery, yeah, my cannon. Yeah? My objective with this is to knock him out in 1 shot. If I don't knock him out, then hopefully I'll knock him down or at least dissuade his attitude. The idea is to end it in 1, okay? But like Lee said, we're working for a level 10 threat, which means that I hit him, he staggers back, so I need to continue, okay? The difference here is that I'm now changing my entry, okay? So rather than doing a palm strike where I hit him, he would move backwards, now I'm using a slap, which means that now when I hit him, he's gonna go this way, okay? So I just wanna quickly just give one example of maybe a slap knockout. So rather than him falling backwards now, he's gonna fall this way, okay? So from here, yes! This would be 1 shot, man's down, get gone. Okay, so this would be the energy. But as you noticed, rather than him moving backwards, he's now moving laterally. But what we're doing here is we're gonna continue. I've hit him, this time he's sort of staggered back and he's still on his feet, but he's moving laterally. He's still going backwards, which means I need to come forward, but rather than forward this way, I need to come forward in a diagonal movement, okay? So, I'm going to hit him, he's going to move, okay? From there, I'm going to attach. So from here, it's and I attach to him. Same thing applies, okay? When I attach to him, I need to make sure that my chin's down, my shoulder up, and my hands up, okay? This is the first bit, this is the entry. Now we're going to change the beat down, okay? Just give you another variation on tools, okay? So we've already done the elbow, but now because the elbow is such a devastating tool, I just want to employ it with 2 strikes, so 2 elbows, okay? So from here it's the same thing, he's going to cant. And as you can see, if you look at this, you can see that he can actually sit that on top of my arm. It works perfectly, okay? And as we did before, I'm going to hit it, he's going to move and lean over more. So from here it's okay, and he's down. Like that, okay? This is the beat down. So, the entry, attach. The beat down, 2 elbows. Now he's here. Okay, now he's still on his feet, so I need to finish him. I'm going to attach to him in whatever way possible and put in a knee, okay? So in this case, I'm either going to attach to him here or I'm just going to attach to him here. I'm going to swap legs, put in a knee. From here, the takedown is going to be a chin rip. Chin rip, takedown, okay? And then finish. So, I'll put that together and then Michael will show it in full speed. So, I'm just going to show how I would build this up. Okay, so I've shown you the drill, but now I'm going to show you it from the pad feeder's perspective. Okay, I'm not going to teach it again, but I'm the one that's going to control it. So I'm going to ask him to turn down his speed and power just for now, okay, until I feel comfortable. Because like I said, it's me that's going to get fucking hurt. So, first thing he's going to slap, attach. Ready? 1. Here. From here, he's going to give 2 elbows. 2. So from here, when we chunk this down, we like to leave it where we last left off, okay? And what I would do when I'm looking in a class is I would make sure before we do the free that my partner has already transitioned to this, okay? So when I say free, I will drop the pad, he will attach. He'll put in 1 knee, which brings my head down, and now he puts in the chin rip. Okay? Choke down. Here, okay? And you can see there's a number of ways that you can feed this pad. You'll actually find your own way. For that example, I put it behind my shoulder. And the reason I put it behind my shoulder is because my shoulder ain't fucking moving anywhere, okay? So when he hits this, it's got something to go. Where if I put it to my head, then it's gonna be my head that receives the impact, okay? But you'll find your own way. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to put it together. He's going to do the whole thing. But yet again, like I said, he's still going to start slow because we're putting it together, but I still need to feel confident with his feed, okay? We're going to do it 3 times. By the 3rd one, I want him to go maximum, okay? That's the idea of PADCOM, is you build up the intensity. So, get ready, go. Faster now, get ready, go. Full speed now, full power. Put everything into it. Ready, let's go. What's really important is that you get feedback, okay? So it needs to feel right from both perspectives. One, I need to feel safe doing it, but more importantly, my job is to build my student, and it needs to feel good when he's doing it. It needs to feel realistic. He needs to go seamlessly from hitting the pads to grabbing me back to hitting the pads. Maximum power, maximum intensity. So that's why we get feedback.
Fucking stretch my cum, motherfucker! Come here! Come here! Relax, man. Stretch my cum, motherfucker! Relax, man. You scratch my cum, I don't relax!
Right, last example. Want to implement a blitz type of attack. So a blitz type of attack is a cycle in motion. So she could implement this eye blitz kind of structure where she's ripping into the face, or she could use 3 fast piston-like palms where she's just blitzing into the face. The idea is this is from an encroachment. The subject is coming in fast and she's attacking on his entry. So it's almost like a stop-hit type of principle. When I feed it to her, my initial inertia is going to be moving forward and she's going to respond with a preemptive entry. In this case, she's going to do a really fast, aggressive eye blitz. This would make the subject cover up. She's now going to clear the line, gain attachment, beat the subject down and finish. So quickly it looks like this. So here, as I come in, will be the entry. Cover, she clears, touch, elbow, here to low, knee, snatch, and stomp and gone. That's the way she's going to implement it. Do one more with a stomp. So we're going to give you a count. So subject is walking in aggressively, encroaching upon her. Her hands are up in a passive guard. She's going to hit the switch in her brain, access alley cat fucking mental attitude, and blitzkrieg to reverse the dynamic. So ready? 1, 2, 3, stomp, and then gone. Another example of the blitzkrieg dynamic. So we're going to look at it 3 times fast. Ready? Whole thing. Go! Go on again. Go! And gone. Good. Like I said, at any point during that event, the subject could drop. Here, she managed to finish it during the beat down. He's down, she's gone. One more example. Go! And gone.
Hey!
Stay where you are! I don't know you!
Fucking
Stay
call me!
Stay there!
So to recap quickly at what we've looked at so far. We've looked at the fight management conceptual drill of blitzkrieg using PADCOM methodology as a delivery system to teach it or install it into the student. The way PADCOM works primarily is fight management drills, how we fight the fight. And that's supported with fight conditioning drills for attribute development and improving what we do. This first introduction is very fundamental. It's very in-depth into how we hold the pads, quite complex in fact, not for the novice. So it's for the intermediate combative student that has already a good understanding of combatives and knows what they're doing. They understand the toolbox, they understand the page they're on and where everyone's coming from. The fundamental proactive dynamic that I teach people first relates to the primary element of self-protection, that's proactive. So understand there's 3 elements to self-protection. The first is personal security, being switched on, creating a target hardening process that will make you much less likely to be selected as a victim of assault in the first place. Having the ability to be switched on and recognize pre-threat cue behavior so you can avoid. Personal security relates to street smarts and is primarily non-physical. The other 2 elements that relate to self-protection are the fight dynamic. There's 2 areas to that. There's proactive, where I am acting first, which is what this sequence has all been about. And of course, there's reactive, where it's unfortunate I've not been able to be proactive and now I'm being attacked, I'm under assault. This is where most self-defense instruction begins, where somebody's already attacking you and you have to respond. Understand, in most cases, action will always beat reaction, and that will favor the criminal if you're attacked. If you are attacked out of an ambush, the likelihood of you responding effectively to reverse the dynamic are fucking slim, unless you've been there, unless you simulate under hard conditions to reverse the fight dynamic. Rather than use this self-defense reaction dynamic, we call it counter-offense. Of course, ideally we want to be offensive, which is what we've looked at all today. But we must have a contingency plan for the what if. And the what if was, what if I was fixated on something else with life, just natural things that humans do, and I'm taken by surprise? What if he grabs me? What if he hits me? What if he pulls a weapon? What if there's more than one? What if we go to the ground? What if we're confined in some way? All of these things are against us. And a counter-offensive dynamic would require us to first protect ourselves to get over the initial shock of the attack before we can implement a physical response to respond. PADCOM applies equally well here. So in a future production, we're going to look at counter-offense. We're going to look at being under assault, being grabbed, being hit, being attacked with a weapon, going to the ground, having to deal with more than one assailant. But the very first fundamental dynamic I want to give you for PADCOM is a proactive dynamic. So here we've looked at the blitzkrieg conceptual idea of being first. In the next part, we're going to look at our game plan, our self-protection game plan, again in a proactive sense, which will then move us into dealing with counter-offensive dynamic. The first counter-offensive dynamic that we look at, we'll look at common, unarmed, untrained assault, the way people are attacked in the street. And then of course we will go on to look at weapons, multiple assailants, and other situations. Right, where we've been going with all this is to what we call the UC game plans. What we're looking at is cultivating a self-protection planned, pre-planned, pre-rehearsed response. So people don't plan to fail, they just fail to plan. A lot of martial artists that have never had a real situation in their life, you chat to them and you ask them how long have you trained, they'll tell you 20 years they've trained, and you say have you ever had a real situation, and they say no. And you ask them, well, how do you think you'll do if you're ever faced with immediate aggression or immediate violence? And they usually say the same thing, oh yeah, it just come out. I'm pretty sure I'll just react. But action always beats reaction. So you need to pre-plan. You need to have a pre-planned response rather than rely on reaction. So one of the things that's primary to UC is a UC game plan. This is a model that we use that is installed into the student right from the beginning. And if you are looking to become a student of self-protection, you need to understand that there's many variables at your disposal that you could employ. It's not just all about physical response. In fact, if you've had to implement a physical response, then really your self-protection game plan has failed you, because the three elements to self-protection, first of all, start with learning to become street smart. So wherever you are, wherever you live in the world, and that begins with where you live, you need to understand areas in your own city that potentially you might need to avoid. You need to know potential no-go zones. You need to know that in any public place, particularly at night, things can become more precarious than potentially in the day, although there's places that can be dangerous all the time. Society is changing, as we know. But bottom line is, if you are street smart, then you should be, when you are out and about, alert, switched on. Not paranoid, but certainly enough to know what's going on around you and be aware of anyone that's in your vicinity, particularly behind you or in your circle, if you like. So the game plan starts with awareness. So people throw around the term of awareness, but basically situational environmental awareness means you are aware of everything and everyone within your immediate vicinity of you. There's many other aspects of awareness, self-awareness. You need to be aware of your own potential, your own capabilities. But when I talk about situational awareness, I mean when you're out and about in your daily life, you should be switched on. And within the self-protection fraternity, there is a couple of models that people use, Cooper's color codes and John Boyd's OODA loop. And these are models used to measure varying levels of observational skill, if you like. But basically what awareness means in this sense is you are switched on and alert, and potentially you would likely to spot any pre-threat cue behavior that was exhibited in front of you. So it's one thing being aware, but you need to know what to look for. So you need to have an understanding of pre-threat cue behavior, which is something we go into quite in depth within UC. We haven't got the scope to cover it within this PADCOM video. I suggest you look at some of the YouTube clips or research elsewhere. There's plenty of information. But bottom line is, there's usually two types of pre-threat cue behavior that you're likely to see. One could be aggressive, which is absolutely obvious. You know when somebody's pissed off. And something could be a little bit more covert or discreet or deceptive, if you like. So somebody's coming up to you to ask you a question and to deceive you or misdirect your attention, for example, and they've really got another agenda. But bottom line is, anybody will instinctively pick up on if a guy's walking this way and three guys are walking this way, then one looks at this guy and then they start chatting to each other and then they all look at you. That's an obvious sign that there's an interest, an unhealthy interest. That would be one example of a pre-threat cue. If you're having a personal interaction with somebody and all of a sudden they're looking around like their head's on a swivel, they look nervous, they're fidgeting, this would be pre-threat cue behavior. If somebody shifts their body weight, obscures their hand, these kind of things. So a big part of awareness would be pre-threat cue recognition. Bottom line is, it doesn't matter what your skill set is, what weapon you carry, what caliber of handgun you hold, wherever that's legal, if you don't see the problem coming, you can't fucking deal with it. You'll be on the back foot. So awareness is pivotal. The next element of our game plan would be what's called situational control. In a physical sense, this relates to protecting the personal space between you and somebody that's unknown to you, what we call an unknown contact. It's not very logical for you to allow somebody right into your personal space without you creating some kind of physical and verbal boundary. And this would be a natural, unobtrusive position which has been coined in recent years to be called the fence, a concept that comes from Jeff Thompson. What we also implement with this protection of personal space is something that we call situational control. And that relates to contact management, which comes from one of my peers, Southnark in the US. Basically, if somebody walks towards you and they did have ill intent, the thing to understand is any street criminal will do whatever they can to keep the ball in their court and the advantage to them and not to you. So they are likely, first of all, to be armed. There'd be a weapon disparity. If you live in the UK or Australia where you're not allowed to carry anything for self-protection in terms of a weapon, there's a good chance that won't apply to the criminal and he may be armed. In which case, one of the things you need to be aware of if this person is, what are his hands doing? Can you see them? Are they obscured? The other thing that is most likely to be present is that the person giving you a problem will most likely have a friend. They're likely to be more than one. This could be a scout that's looking out to see if the coast is clear, or this could be somebody else that will join into the affray if it becomes physical. So multiples and weapons are two expectations that you should expect in the street, very different to ring sport. In which case, if I'm suddenly encroached upon by somebody and I stop and I put my hands up, although this is good for this boundary, if I've missed something and now his compadre is behind me, I'm going to end up in a sticky situation, as we'll see. So the action of contact management relates to the person approaches me, I step past him and turn around, forcing him to reorientate. And what this will do now is, if somebody was previously trying to get behind me, they're now behind their friend and in my peripheral scope. So contact management will be covered as we go, but situational control really relates to controlling the situation as best I can on a number of levels. One, in terms of physical proximity and environmentally where I'm placing myself. Also, if I'm using a verbal physical boundary, I want to control the situation verbally, and if necessarily it becomes physical, I want to implement a platform that will allow me to be first. So situational control is really, really important. What situational control will buy me is the opportunity to be proactive, a preemptive response. As I explained briefly, there's 3 elements to self-protection. One is personal security or street smarts, which are non-physical skills that will allow me to avoid. The second, the next 2 of the 3 are both physical. So if I can't avoid and I can't escape and I can't verbally de-escalate, then violence will be imminent. Now the violent dynamic is either going to be proactive on my part, which is best, I want to do something before he does something, or it's going to be reactive, whereas the perpetrator attacks me and now I'm reacting to him. This is mainstream self-defense, the way it's boxed, packaged and sold. Most self-defense classes will begin with, guys doing something to you, now you have to do A, B and C to reverse the dynamic. Primarily most of that is bollocks. So what we're looking at is, if this is going to get physical, I want to be the feeder in this relationship. I want to be preemptive. So when you ask most people, what do you think preemptive means? They'll say something along the lines of hit first. Well, hit first is just one option. The option we're looking at is act first. So whether that's to push the person and run, whether that's to verbally dissuade as you're walking away, whether that's to control and restrain them if the level of force is low, or whether that is to strike. So a preemptive response is what would be the ideal, which is made possible in the first place by awareness and situational control. In combatives, like we said, they're at the extreme end of the self-protection scale where we're looking at dealing with a real threat to life. You're looking at dealing with deadly force. So the definition of deadly force: any force offered to you that is likely to create grievous bodily harm to you and or your death. This would be considered deadly force or a level 10 threat. If you're going to deal with a level 10 threat because there's a threat disparity, the person has a weapon, there's more than one, maybe you're dealing with multiple armed assailants, stronger male against a woman, etc., then you will need to cultivate a physical response that equals that level of force. So we are training on a violence volume dial of 10. So combatives sit at the extreme end of the self-protection scale, where the violence I'm willing to implement can go to and up to and including the use of deadly force. So volume 10. Just because I train for volume 10 doesn't mean I need to implement volume 10, as we'll see. So I must train for 10 and meet any potential threat with 10 in my head. But if it turns out the person's making a lot of noise and he only, in a physical sense, turns out to be, say, 6, then I can turn my response down to meet the level of threat and stay within the realms of reasonable and necessary. But if I only train for 6 and I meet a 10 in the street, then I'm fucked, because you can't turn up what you don't have. So a lot of people say you train very extreme, violence volume dial of 10. Yes, we train for 10 in case we need 10, and there's a high probability you will. That doesn't mean that we will implement a use of force of 10 in every situation if it's not required, as we'll see. So when the game plan manifests in a physical sense, the extreme of it would be that even though I've been preemptive, my assault wasn't enough to stop the subject. This is where I would need to attach and continue my assault until the subject was down, which is blitzkrieg, which is what we've covered. So if the situation has called for me to implement blitzkrieg, I am using a continuous attack and a volume of use of force of 10. This would be maximum. This is what I train for. As soon as the threat subsided, so if the person is unconscious on the ground, is incapacitated in some way, is knocked down on the ground and there is distance between us, or is just reeling backward, putting up his hands, telling me he doesn't want anymore, then I would cease to implement force, and the very next thing I would do is escape and get gone. So the game plan in its entirety would be awareness, situational control, preemption, continuous attack to escape. This is where we are going with what we've been doing. So the PADCOM dynamic is going to reflect the use of the game plan in various ways: non-physical, physical, and extremely physical. So as an example of that, one really good example of the game plan, which has been implemented very often by probably many people without even realizing, is Awareness, I've seen a problem, potential problem unfolding before it's seen me, and I've immediately escaped. So awareness to escape would implement my street smart skills, non-physical, and would allow me to escape the situation without having to be physical. This would be the ideal. Another example of that would be awareness, situational control to escape. This is where now somebody is walking towards me, I've got a bad instinct or a bad vibe, but there's distance. I'm aware of them, and I put up a physical boundary and a verbal boundary as I walk away. And I manage to get myself clear of the situation. This would be a non-physical example of the game plan, starting with awareness, situational control, and escape. These two are the ideal. These implement your street smart personal security element of self-protection.
Nah, mate, sorry, don't smoke. Nah, mate.
Come on, mate, you must have something. What you got in your pocket, bruv?
mate.
Come on, give me a cigarette.
Don't smoke, look,
Got any money for me? Fuck's sake, come on, you must have something. The next two have put me in a situation where I couldn't avoid, I couldn't de-escalate, and now the physical is imminent. Well, if you wait for confirmation that the physical will be imminent, the confirmation will come in the form of injury to you. And that basically means the person's attacked you, he's already fucked you up, and it's already over. So the consequences of that could easily be your death. So you need to understand, you know, in a situation, particularly if you've never had an experience of aggressive behavior or violence, if you are approached, all sorts of emotions will hit your body as adrenaline floods your system. One of those, namely, will be denial. You will try to think the situation isn't happening, and if I shut my eyes like a rabbit in the headlights, it'll all go away. Denial will get you fucking killed. So you need to get your head on it now and realize the world is changing. If somebody comes up to you to give you a problem, they are probably going to fuck you up beyond all recognition. So there may be a need for you to act. It's here that you would be preemptive. So let's use the example of one strike for the purpose of this. There was awareness in place, I saw the subject, I couldn't escape, so I used the situational control to control the boundary. He exhibited some kind of pre-threat cue, maybe he shifted weight, maybe he looked at that bottle on the table to pick it up and put it around my head, maybe his hand disappeared behind his back, and in that moment, I had the instinct and the honest belief that my life was in danger, in which case I preemptively hit the man. And let's say in this case, he hit the ground, creating a separation between us. This would lead to my immediate escape. So if it was going to get physical, the ideal would be, I see him coming, I control space, hit the fucker once, and now I'm gone. That would be the ideal. But we all know that anything in life is never ideal. Anything that can go fucking wrong will go wrong. So you must have a contingency plan for the what if. What if I telegraphed slightly because I was nervous and now the knockout shot wasn't? What if I just didn't hit him clean and clinical and now he grabbed hold of me? What if, what if, what if? In which case, your contingency plan is, as to be seen in Blitzkrieg, if the fucker's not down from the first shot, grab hold of him and beat the living shit out of him until he's down. So a continuous attack would be implemented in this case. So full use of the game plan would be awareness, situational control, preemption, continuous attack, leading to my escape. This is Blitzkrieg, what we've done so far. Now I'm implementing the actual physical shell of Blitzkrieg into the game plan, as we'll see. And the idea of the PADCOM feeder is to give you a variety of random responses that call upon you to assess the situation and decide what part of that game plan you need. You need to understand, as the pad feeder, just because the guy's walking towards you with a pad doesn't mean you may need to get physical. He may have decided that if you verbally dissuade quite well, that he'll walk away. He may decide that if he makes a lot of distance, making a lot of noise, you can take the option to escape. So it's not always going to be physical. It's very important that the trainee, combative trainee, recognizes inside of your practiced game plan dynamic when there's a need to fight and when there isn't. Okay, because you have a bunch of options available to you and a bunch of resources that can be implemented into this game plan. So if we look quickly at these options, Primary option would be escape. You've got no fucking business getting physical with anyone if the option to escape is available. But of course, escape is not always available. Sometimes the situation may call for you to stay where you are. So, for example, if somebody's going to wreck your car, you're not obligated under UK law, for example, to leave the vehicle. If you're in danger, then I wouldn't put the vehicle before you and I would get gone. Maybe you're with a significant other, that you can't pick up and run. So you're with your 300-pound grandmother in a wheelchair. You can't pick her up and run with her and you can't leave the bitch. So you might need to stay and see it through. What if you're on public transport? Maybe you're on a plane, a train, you're on a coach. You're having a problem now. Maybe you're on a lift that's in transit and the door's shut. Well, there's no opportunity for escape. But if there is, escape would always be the best option. Another option might be verbal de-escalation, verbal judo, talking somebody down. This is an art, very useful. Sometimes it can work really, really well. I can tell you from experience as a doorman doing it many, many times. Sometimes it can fail miserably. So when might it fail? Well, if there's a language barrier, the person giving you a problem doesn't speak English, you're not going to get through. If you're in a loud, busy nightclub, proxemics are really close and it's banging noise, he can't fucking hear you. Maybe the subject has an agenda. So understand this. If you have a problem with a normally good guy just having a bad day, it's very feasible to talk him down because he wants to share his problem with somebody. Very possible to talk down a normally good guy having a bad day. However, not so possible to talk down a bad fucking guy with an agenda. If there's a bad guy with an agenda who's just using some kind of verbal entry as a ruse to get to you, he's not going to listen to anything you say. But understand, verbal de-escalation is an option. Another option is partial submission. So if somebody pulls out a knife in front of me from 6 feet and says, give me your fucking phone, guess what I'm doing? I'm going to chuck the phone down, say, take it, and I'm going to leave. This would be an example of partial submission. Posturing is also an option. Quite often somebody who is potentially an amateur and not a sociopath will always interview or probe you to see how you respond. It's like seeing if how warm or cold the water is. So somebody will come up with some kind of verbal entry to see how you respond. If you respond confused or disorientated or switched off, you are going to tell them you're a good victim. If you respond with a tremor in your voice because they've gone, what the fuck are you looking at? Then you're going to give yourself a good depiction as a victim. So you shouldn't act passive necessarily unless you're striving to use partial submission, and you shouldn't necessarily be aggressive. You should take the middle ground and be assertive if you try to talk somebody down. But sometimes people mistake kindness for weakness, in which case you've got to put them straight. So posturing, as an example, would be using what's used in the animal kingdom. So many animals that are brightly coloured and fan out and balloon up is called a postural display, and it's suggesting to the other animal that they don't taste good. This is a similar thing if you're posturing. So imagine a lioness with her cubs. If a hyena walked up to give her a problem, how would her physiology change? She'd jump to her feet, her hair would raise, her teeth would bare, she'd salivate, she'd growl. Everything about her physiology would say, you come near this cub and you'll fucking lunch. So as an example of postural threat would be you would shove somebody to create distance, pushing yourself off them to double the distance. This will trigger a flight response. Then you would make yourself inanimmately larger, and then you would make the suggestion of consequence. You fucking touch me, you're down, as you walk away. This would be one example of posturing, and it can work really well. All I've got to do is make the person hesitate for a second with sticky feet and I'm gone. So posturing is an option. But if none of these things work, the only option left is fighting back. And because combatives is 90% emotional attitude and 10% skill, if I'm going to fight back, I'm going to fight until there's nothing fucking left to fight about. I will be a bigger predator than you, at least in my head. So it doesn't matter whether that's true or not. If I believe it to be true, it's fucking operational. So these are your options. And having a game plan of awareness and situational control will buy you enough time to assess what options are available. as opposed to you're totally fucking switched off, texting on your phone, listening to the iPod, and now the attack happens. Well, now there's no intel and there's no time. And all you're going to do is get a massive release of adrenaline and freeze on the spot. That's why the majority of people in self-defense that say to you, well, a guy's grabbed you like this, they don't take into account how you would feel, which tells me clearly they're regurgitating the pellet from somewhere else and they've never fucking been there. What is available to you for these options are the resources that you're going to implement. So your primary resource is awareness. This is your radar. Like I said, doesn't matter how capable you are, what weapon you carry, if you don't see it coming, you're going to be on the back foot. It's going to be very difficult to deal with. The next resource that you have is your body language profile. You should cultivate confident body language profile. If you look like food, you'll get fucking eaten. So we're not talking arrogant or cocky. You want to blend in like the grey man. You know, just keep a straight spine, keep your eyes above eye line, walk with a confident gait, brisk pace, look around frequently. Don't be frightened to make eye contact and smile. This says a lot about you. It says you're confident in your own skin, and it will make you much less likely to be selected as a victim of assault in the first place. So confident body language profile is a good resource. Instincts, often called the sixth sense, and I truly believe that they are. So I'm a street kid. I left home and school when I was 12 years old, and I grew up on a street, and they've come from the school of hard knocks. So if my instincts told me to turn fucking left, I'd turn left, and they've never failed me yet. So if you think something's wrong, something's probably wrong. Act on it. Another would be your legs. Your legs for running. Get fucking gone if you can. And finally, your physical tools, which relate to fighting back, okay? So in terms of your preemption and your continuous attack and then your escape, you are implementing physical tools followed by your legs to take off. So you see, you have options, you have resources, and you're only going to be able to implement both if you have a game plan. So the drills that are going to follow are going to give you various depictions of using these options and resources to use varying degrees and levels of force from none to maximum. And this is how we're going to work.
Nah, mate, sorry, don't swear.
Come on, mate, you must have something. You've got in your pocket, bruv. No, come on, give me a cigarette. Got any money for me? Fuck's sake, come on, you must have something. Come on, did you say I'm a fucking boy? Did you fucking say to me, you cunt? You said I'm a fucking boy?
Hey, calm down.
What you said?
Look, I ain't got no problem with you, mate. Just fucking calm down. I'm just trying to go home.
What you said?
Look, fucking calm down. Fucking calm down, cunt. Fuck you. Fuck off.
Fucking mug. Keep walking, prick. Fuck's sake, it's my fucking space, cunt. Can't you fucking see? I was going to park here. I fucking parked there, mine.
I'm in my car, ain't a problem. I'm in my car. It's your space, mate. I didn't mean it.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Nah, well. Look, do you know what, right, mate? I'm just having a fucking bad day. I'm sorry. I've had to go at 3 fucking people. I'm not normally like that. Keep the space. My bad. Sorry. Well, mate, it's my fucking space. It's my space!
I didn't see you, mate.
What do you mean you didn't see me? You fucking blind? Are you blind?
I moved my
Are you
car.
blind as well as fucking stupid?
No, I ain't fucking blind.
Look, just with my fucking...
Calm down. Look, mate, just fucking stay.
Fucking prick. Right, in that first non-physical scenario, what you saw was an example of options and resources. So the resources that were emphasised there or employed were awareness, which led to the option of his immediate escape. So by awareness, he exhibited pre-threat cue behaviour that was exhibited by me. So basically I kind of had an attention of the environment, which immediately turned into intention the second we made eye contact. I gave him a harsh stare, then there was a quick group communication between me and my compadre, and then we both gave him a hard stare. I then started to show an interest, walking towards him with purposeful intent. This is a clear example of pre-threat cue behaviour. Because he had his radar switched on, there was awareness in place, which was his primary resource, and that led to the immediate option of escape. That's how this shit works. So he employed in his game plan awareness, leading straight to escape, just by seeing the problem before it became a problem. The second situation implemented where I actually approached him and there was some verbal dialogue interaction. But because he was aware and switched on, he had the opportunity to give me a wide berth and implement situational control. He used his voice in a good way to verbally dissuade or talk me out of being interested, and then it led to escape. So in terms of his game plan, he used awareness, situational control, he kept walking, which led to escape. In terms of his resources, his awareness was in place, he implemented a confident body language profile, he trusted his instincts, and he used his voice. He used verbal dissuasion in this case to kind of talk me out of continuing. Because he continued to walk and made a big distance, it now becomes a bit of a problem for me to follow him. So fuck it, I let him go, in which case I'd wait for the next victim. Third response implemented a bit more of a hostile approach, although we still stayed non-physical. So I saw him, I exhibited pre-threat cue behaviour, I was verbally aggressive and I came forward and he shoved me and postured. So here he used the three elements of posturing. He used a hard voice, hard stare and a solid touch, which pushed me away and created a flight response in me. He pushed me and pushed off me. So we doubled the distance between us. The reality, if I'm probing or testing or interviewing, that would elicit the flight part of my fight or flight response. It takes a brave man to come forward. He didn't wait for that, he just kept walking. So he asserted himself in a postural sense. The resources he employed were posturing. He used his instincts. He used the option of posturing, and he used the resources of awareness in play, good situational control, and kept walking. So again, created a non-physical option. And finally, of course, he'd done his best to verbally dissuade me and talk me down, and I wasn't listening. I come forward, he shoved me, I wasn't listening, I come forward and he was forced into the physical. So again, clear pre-threat cue behaviour. The main primary pre-threat cue behaviour that I exhibited, other than being aggressive, was to come forward and touch his fence forcibly, which forced him to push me back. I didn't listen to him pushing me back and come forward, no other option but hit me, which is what he'd done. So here's an example of how the pad feeder can implement non-physical options before moving into the more physical options. So the UC game plan you have seen employed in every way, shape and form. The first way being awareness leading to escape, awareness situational control leading to escape, then awareness situational control preemption leading to escape, and then the majority of examples which you've seen which depicted the worst case scenario. You see, that had awareness in place, situational control, he preempted, he kept attacking, i.e. blitzkrieg, till the threat was down, and then he was gone. This is how the game plan structure works, and this is how the pad feeder can implement it to the combative trainee. Finally, I've already talked to you about the three elements of self-protection, first being personal security, second being a proactive physical dynamic, your best chance, final one being a reactive physical dynamic, which of course you must train because we can't always be switched on and we can't always be proactive. So what will follow in a future program with PADCOM will be counter-offense dynamic, where we are indeed reacting to somebody else, and we will cover all elements of this. The very first thing I give any student is the proactive element, which is what we've covered here. In all cases, when you implement methods of counter-violence, you are using the principles of CQB. So the principles of close quarter battle, which come from urban warfare, implement surprise, speed, and violence of action. And those three elements are implemented in everything we do in a physical sense, as you'll see. At this point, I want to introduce Sven Kerner. He's one of my instructors in Germany, one of the many in Germany. He's probably at one of the highest level. He's based in Cologne, a very good self-protection instructor, Wing Chun instructor in his own right, and a full UC instructor. He's active on the international circuit, and details of training with Sven are available on the website. He's a really good dude. He's going to work with Jamie now, and we're going to give you some depictions of the game plan drills from non-physical, how you could deal with this situation without having to engage, and also right through to the physical sense. We're going to implement the pad at some point. It may be needed and may not, But what's really important as the pad feeder, again, what differs from an MMA coach feeding pads, is whatever situation he decides to bring forth, which will require different options or resources from Sven, there will be an emotional element attached. So he will be, the pad feeder will be immersed in some way. In all cases, there is predatory behavior involved. So with PADCOM, it's very, very important that both the combative trainee and the pad feeder immerse mentally. There is an emotional attachment associated to this. So if he is going to be a predator, he needs to be a good predator. He needs to be predatory in physiology and in his mind. If he's going to deal with predatory behavior, he needs to hit an instantaneous switch that allows him to be a bigger predator than him so that he can deal with the problem. If he is going to just give him an awkward problem, he needs to be awkward. If he's going to be sarcastic, sardonic, he needs to immerse in the role, etc. So there is a very important emotional attachment element to PADCOM. You want to actually immerse like it's a script, a theme in a movie. So there's much more to it than holding pads. There's much more to combatives than just hitting shit. That's why 90% of combatives starts from an emotional platform. You need to both get on the same page. All right, pass you over, off you go.
All right, so as Lee said there, there's two sides really to PADCOM. One is how you hold and how you present targets, and the other side is how you feed the energy, the behavioural cues and stuff like that, so the student can pick up on them. It's really important because there's a big difference between me walking towards my partner with just holding a pad with no emotional content, or me actually walking towards him as a predator, where my head's in the right place. I need to immerse myself in the role, as Lee said, okay? And it's important for him to be able to pick up on the cues. I need to display these cues. So I need to understand all the game plan, the options and resources, all the soft skills, so that I can implement them, so that I can give my student the best sort of training from the game plan drill, okay? So the first drill that we're going to look at is the best use of the game plan, okay? And it's the first option, which is always awareness to escape, okay? So for this, obviously the best thing is that he sees the problem and he escapes before it becomes a problem. But I need to give him the problem, you know? So in terms of how I would feed that is I need to, like I said, potentially demonstrate the behavioural cues that suggest to him that there's a problem. Okay, so ideally with this sort of thing there needs to be some sort of distance because he needs to be able to see it at a distance so that he can recognise it and fuck off. Okay, so the first one would be maybe I'm sort of loitering about, potentially I'm just hanging around and I'm just observing my environment. Okay.
This gives me a good opportunity just to bring you an understanding of pre-threat cue behaviour. So what he's talking about is hanging around in an area. So picture this, he's hanging around somewhere and he's got no cover for status. He's got no reason to be there. So one example might be an underground car park. He stood around, hanging around in an underground car park, but he's got no bags, no keys, no car. No fucking reason to be there, but he's there. The majority of people walking around as sheep would not see him. The thing to understand is at this point when he's going to depict what he's doing, loitering, stood, he has awareness of the environment. He has attention of what's around him, and he's potentially looking for a victim, an easy target, something like that. The ideal would be that Sven would pick up on his no cover for status, pick up on his being loitering around in an environment where he's got no reason to be there, and leave the scene before his attention turns into intention. So what I mean by that is, if there's no one around at this point, then I've just got attention of what's going on. If Sven walked into the picture and victims today are slim pickings, he's the only one I've seen in a while, then my attention of the environment would suddenly turn into intention, where now I'm interested in what I've just seen. From there, there's likely to be the kind of cue where he's looking around to see if the coast is clear, like his head's on a swivel. Understand people don't inadvertently look around for nothing. He's looking for something. Is there CCTV? Where's the exit? Is there a witness? Is there anyone that will see what he's about to do? All of this behavior would indicate, if you were switched on, that you're about to have a problem. So the ideal would be that Sven would see he has attention of the environment before it actually turns into intention, where he's actually now victim selected Sven. So Jamie is going to depict that attention of the environment, and in some way, shape or form, he's going to pick up on it and fuck off before attention turns into intention. Right?
So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to just go through some of them pre-threat cues, okay? And then from there, as soon as I go to get up, I just want you to fuck off. There's no space, so it's a bit more difficult, okay? Yeah, ideally, there would be distance and you would see me from distance, but I'm going to have to just sort of be here. I mean, Lee, you did it really well. The only difference is that's the whole point, is that you're here, you're looking around, you see him. Now maybe you look around and walk, and it's at this point that he fucks off.
Yeah, or another example might be, I've got this loitering thing, all of a sudden I see Sven before he sees me, and now I secret myself from view. It could be something like that. So anything that indicates to you he's potentially a problem should trigger the instinct for you to escape.
So in this drill, what's really important is, as this is a PADCOM DVD, it's about how I feed for this, okay? So like I said, there's a big difference between me just getting up and walking towards him with a pad. That's not installing any pre-threat cue behavior. So the importance is that I need to immerse myself in the role. So I'm just gonna be over here loitering, hanging around, and then I'm gonna see him. And it's from there that you'll see that I will actually immerse myself in the role and actually give the pre-threat cues. I will be looking around, my attention of the environment will turn into intention towards him, and then I'll get up and I'll walk towards him. He'll see this and then he'll fuck off, which is the best use of the game plan, okay? So let's just show an example of that.
I want to give you a quick depiction of what I talked about earlier when I said about situational control. So situational control relates to the fence. So it works on three fronts, using a unobtrusive position that looks non-aggressive, but it's controlling proxemics momentarily between you. The fence has three functions. First, it momentarily controls this gap, momentarily. Second, acts as a sensory antenna. So if he comes forward and I'm forced to check his movement, he's telling me he wants to close distance. Distance closure is the final precursor to violence, so he's telling me he's about to be violent. If he touches my fence, slaps it down, he's telling me he wants it removed so that he can be violent. The reality is, never allow anyone to touch your fence more than twice without taking preemptive action. Because if you wait beyond that, he's going to crash it down and he's going to be on you. The third function of the fence is, if I can lightly touch him from here, from this proxemics, then wham, I can hit him from here. It's a range finder, if you like, right? So the fence works on those three fronts, but by itself, it's not enough. So as an example, if this person, as I'm walking, I should be attentive of my environment. If I see this dude, and this guy's loitering by the wall, really, if I've got good awareness, I should see him. And if I see this kind of predatory setup, which is exactly what it is, I'm going in the opposite direction. But let's say, for example, that Sven is momentarily secreted from view behind a post, a wall or something, and I don't see him. Well, if I walk past Sven and then he engages me in some dialogue and I use this fence, although this is good, this is bad. So what's just happened is I've controlled this front, but where I've walked past the secondary threat and missed him, he is now behind me. And the two elements that I said will be present, multiple assailants and a weapon, are in the affray, right? So stopping, having anybody step out in front of you and just stopping is not enough. So Miyamoto Musashi many, many years ago said, never allow the enemy to dictate the battlefield. So just stay where you are. So the way I want to work this is, if I step here and he steps in front of me and I just stop, he's encroached on my movement and stopped me moving. He's dictated the battlefield. So if I implement the concept of South Narc's contact management, then instead of allowing him to do that, as he steps in front of me here, I would step past him and make him reorientate to me. So I've taken his opportunity to dictate the battlefield away, which is a pattern interruption in his brain. But most importantly, if there was a secondary subject, as there is in this case, instead of now him being behind me, he's stacked behind him. So the way this is going to work, you're here, like so. I walk past, he encroaches upon me, I step past and turn around and momentarily freeze. Stop! So it's here, if I recognised hand obscured behind his back, and if I recognise facial expression and intentful behaviour, I immediately know that this cunt wanted to get behind me. But where I've put myself simply by one step and turning round momentarily, and it is momentarily, I have put them both in a line, where now he is behind him. So the only way that this guy is going to get to me is to come round behind this dude, and by the time he steps to do that, I'm fucking dropping this cunt. Which means I've got the opportunity to go one-on-one, one-on-one. Much better than two-on-one with me in the fucking middle. So you want to make it a complete habit, just go out there please, just jump out the scene. You want to make it a complete habit, whether there's more than one or not, to contact manage. So how that would look if there's no one else here, rather than me just do this, I am going to, in all cases, step past him and make him reorientate to me. Now, had there been somebody else there, they're now in my peripheral scope. This is contact management. It comes from Southnar, one of my peers in the US. Suggest you look him up, really good dude. But contact management is situational control. So every drill that you see from now on within the context of this game plan, right up to Blitzkrieg, will implement this structure. What we're going to implement then, like I said before, combatives, we're at the extreme end, the self-protection scale, which means we always train on a violence volume dial of maximum 10. That may be armed, where weapons are applicable. In this case, it's unarmed. So we're looking at this whole self-defense dynamic, or self-protection dynamic rather, as you're not allowed to carry any tool, you've got nothing on you, and you've got to use what God give you. So your unarmed response would be maximum, volume 10. I'm going to give you now a game-planned Blitzkrieg example of volume 10, and then from there on, he is going to choose what violence volume to employ. So he might use 10 3 times in a row, or he might turn his response down, which is depicted by he will hit the ground and cease to be a further threat whenever he decides. That could be after the preemptive strike, it could be after preempt, attach, and 2 more strikes, or it could be anywhere in between volume 10. So now there's going to be a spontaneous feed dictated by him, unknown by him, which will force the combative trainee to respond with a level of force that's reasonable and necessary. So what you will find is, if you preemptively strike this guy and he's down after the first shot, then really Swen should be reaching for air, or reaching and grabbing him and controlling his descent. And there's almost this disappointment as an anticlimax that he doesn't need to continue anymore. And that's how it will look. Because every single repetition, even if he did 10 in a row, he would approach this with a violence volume dial of 10. I'm going to fucking end you with 10. That must be the intent from the combative trainee. And in the same vein, when he approaches with the pad, that equal mental component is present. He's not just going to walk out like this with the pad, he's going to walk up with purposeful intent, he's going to exhibit cues looking around, and here we're not going to use any verbal interaction, just to give you a clear depiction. But eventually, of course, we would use dialogue. But even though we're not using dialogue, his stare will be hard, his intent will be hard. He'll be walking towards him with purposeful intent and an assessment, maybe some kind of sardonic look. There will be an emotional elicitation on the response of the pad feeder, regardless what volume he feeds. Good. Good. Right. Right, just as a recap on what you've seen, what we looked at there was just a random feed of energy for the game plan drill. So all the implements were in place. First resource that was definitely in place was awareness, because each of the individuals taking part had the time to assess the behaviour of the person walking towards, put up their hands, and contact management. Contact management is not in place, or situational control is not in place unless awareness was in place. So the resource of awareness was present. The reason that the person contact managed is because the information received, although in this particular examples we didn't use any verbal dialogue, as we'll move on to, there was a depiction in a non-body language, non-verbal body language sense. So the feeder didn't just amble up and hold up a pad, he walked towards with purposeful intent. There was this look up and down like you're a piece of shit. This is a pre-threat cue behaviour. The fact that the hand was slapped down as an assessment to remove the barrier is a clear pre-threat cue. So that would have been the criteria for which the action started and the first preemptive strike was thrown. What you'll also see there, that there was random in feeds. There was a need for a volume 10 use of force where it was all the way to the ground and a stomp. There was somewhere halfway through where the subject dropped after a couple of hammer fists, and there was one-shot knockouts where the person's down and he's attached to him and then they've left. These drills should be implemented about 10 repetitions with a partner, and the energy should be mixed up. You should start with 10 and then from there play with it, up and down in energy, so that the combative trainee has no idea what energy he's going to receive. He just approaches every single one of them with 10. This is a really good way for you to condition your regulation in terms of use of force. Immediately recognizing in a tactile sense, if you grabbed and the person's falling, that your hard skills had an effect and you don't need to continue, or in a visual sense where the person's falling, where you can now hit the big red stop button in your brain and cease further use of force. Because you need to understand, inside of that fight dynamic, particularly when you've had to immediately access aggressive violence, in that moment, your emotional state is no longer cognitive. You are not compos mentis in a sense. You have an adrenal response that's hit your body, a large amount of blood has been withdrawn from the frontal neocortex part of your brain, and you are potentially what's called in limbic brain, midbrain or reptile brain. You are not conscious of necessarily of the decisions you're making unless you are very experienced at having this kind of situation again and again. So the only intel you've got is either feeling the person fall or seeing the person fall, and that conditions in the recipient to cease further use of force. But we always approach with volume 10. We always approach with a continuation. There is no point where you're going to throw one shot and stand back and look at your handiwork. The only thing that's going to stop me from hitting you continually is when you hit the ground. So this drill is a kind of a random response drill in terms of your use of force. And all elements of the game plan were present. There was pre-threat cue behaviour exhibited, you were aware of it because of awareness, you used situational control and contact management, and you used the concept and the principle of being first and continuous. This is how we train the game plan. What you'll also notice is Sometimes the pad was indexed in terms of grabbing hold of for attachment, other times the clothing was grabbed. Both are conditioned, both are practiced and trained. The reality is you're going to grab the subject. The progression from here would be to take it to an environment. So go outside, do it in a car park, do it in a restroom, do it in a stairwell, do it in an elevator. Do it where it's much more likely to happen. So environmental practice. It's at this point we would add the addition of role play, dialogue, script, theme, making it much more like the real event. This is the point where it's suggested, just for additional safety, that the pad feeder will implement a groin guard outside of clothing and would also have a helmet just in case of any accidental damage or if he's dragged into the environment. So this is the very basic essence of PADCOM, which implements the UC game plan. It's a foundational platform from where we go on to further things. Right, so understand the crux of this game plan. It's going to allow you to go first. You might not to be physical, you could just get gone by going first, or you might need to be first in a physical sense, as we've seen. If you are preemptive with a clinical shot, the man is down and it's done. That is always the ideal. So once the guy's approached you, you contact managed, understand the context. If I could step past him and leave, I'd leave. If I could just walk on, I'd walk on. But I've gone to step past him, and as I step past him, he's encroached upon me. He's arrested my movement. He's stopped me from leaving. This is your criteria to act. Because if you should have left, you could have left, you should have. So I can't leave. And maybe he slapped my hands down, as you saw, pre-threat cue. Maybe he's extremely threatening. Maybe he's shifted weight. Maybe he's looking around for something to pick up and hit me with. Maybe his hand's just obscured. Any one of these number of things would replicate to me that he's about to hurt me. This is when I would preemptively strike. So you understand the context. The ideal reaction to your preemptive strike would be man down and I'm gone. So we know that it's like you. I'll get that and I'm leaving. But like I said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. What's more likely? You telegraph slightly because you're nervous. He's just got a thick Neanderthal brain casing and a tiny walnut brain and you can't shake it. Any number of reasons why your first shot's not a knockout shot. In which case he gives you a transition and you have to continue as we've seen. So the two plausible responses to a preemptive strike is one, man down, ideal. Second, he staggers, give you transition in which you need to continue before there's man down. You've seen lots of examples of this. There are two other things that can happen. You could hit this guy and then he immediately crashes into your body and closes you down. So understand range. The range that we're working at is close quarters. If he suddenly shut me down to stifle my movement, we are now at what we call extreme close quarters. So picture two boxers, one guy hits the other guy and then he grabs a hold of him. Well, he doesn't just grab a hold of him because he's tired, he grabs a hold of him because he doesn't want to get fucking hit anymore and he needs a moment to clear his head. And that's the point the referee comes in and goes, break. Well, the same thing happened in a street confrontation. I've hit people before and their immediate response is to crash into me. I've had one guy crash around my waist. He's falling and he's here. Well, it's not going to take longer than a second for him to realise that he could get me off my feet here, so it caused me to do something else. If I hit the guy and he crashes into my body, it looks like this. I do that bum and he just do this. Very first thing that I got to do before I can do anything else to him is base. I've got to get my leg back, my nose over toes. If he crashes into me and pushes my shoulders past the plane of my heels, we're both going down. And you do not want to go to the ground unless you can help it, particularly not in reality of a real situation. You know, if he's got a weapon, first thing you're likely to know when it comes out is what it's sticking in your anatomy. If he's got any friends, they'll be kicking your head like a Coke can. The substrate or the floor will not be like this, nice and matted. Uneven curb surfaces, broken glass and dog shit. Very unforgiving. So if somebody crashes into you to what we call extreme close quarters, understand now they have stifled your movement. Your natural primary weapons, palm, slap, elbow, all the things that you normally do are not available now because there's no range. You're stifled in movement, there's no distance, and there's no grounding or torque. So you have to use what we call secondary tools. Secondary tools are your ability to strike still, but in a restricted fashion, and your ability to maim. So rip, tear, gouge, bite. Your ability to ballistically manipulate or use the environment. Any number of these things. Here, he's going to crash me down after my preemptive strike, and I'm going to simulate using maiming. So I would, in this case, if I hit him clean in the chin and he crashed into me, first I need base. From here I could grab the ear, whip it and gouge his eye to get a distance. Now, boom, when I headbutt him, I open up the target again, boom, to primary weapons where I can hit him again. So the objective, if I hit him and he shuts me down, which is one of the things that can happen after a preemptive strike if it wasn't clinical, is that I hurt him to create distance so that I can fucking hit him again. This would be one plausible response that can happen if your preemptive strike's not clinical. I'm going to give you an example of that. From here, working first on the pad, then I'll show you partner transition crossover. So the first example is a pad drill. The second example is a pad to partner crossover drill, which is the true essence of PADCOM. The true essence of PADCOM is hitting the pads and ballistically manipulating your partner into a position where you can hit the pads again. Right? So that will look like, first of all, the pad drill. I hit this, and he crashes. So here, this pad replicates this head. From here, I'm going to ballistically grab it. Ballistic manipulation, restricted strike. I'm going to simulate ripping the ear and taking my thumb to gouge and peel his face off. Now I'm dropping a headbutt, which opens range. There's my shot to knock him the fuck out. Whereas previously, the primary weapon I've just used, when he crashed into me, isn't available. So how that looks, partner pad crossover, PADCOM drill. Now, instead of putting the pad on me, he'll crash his head here. I'm going to hit the pad, manipulate my partner till I can hit the pad. That looks like this. So, this is the essence of PADCOM. And this is one of the 4 possible responses that you're likely to get from a preemptive strike. First being, man down immediate, ideal. Second being, transition, need to continue. Third being, I hit him, he crashes me down. I need to use secondary tools to create distance and hurt him, to get back up the ladder of force to primary weapons and end the threat. The final one sucks, and I've had experience of all of these. So the final one is, I hit him, and literally same second, split second later, he hits me back. That's why it's so essential, if you're in a passive guard, that as soon as you hit, you come back to an active guard with your chin tucked, rather than I hit from a passive guard and come back to a passive guard. Because if I hit him, coming back to a passive guard, and he immediately clocks me because he was going to hit at that moment anyway, here, bam, here, boom, I get knocked out. Although I give a good shot, I'm out, and now it's done. So you don't want that. Even if I catch that shot, as long as I come back to, from here, an active guard, give me that shotgun, as long as I catch that, as long as I hit that target, even if I catch that shot, as long as I come back to an active guard where I've tried to attach and my chin's tucked, I shouldn't get knocked out. In order to knock me out clean, you need to hit me on the chin, anywhere along the angle of the jawbone, side of the neck, or either side of the temple. That's not to say if he hit me with a solid palm on the front of the crate, he wouldn't knock me out, he would. But if my chin is up, I'm definitely getting knocked out. So the ideal is that as soon as I do this, that I'm protected. So when we talked about in the beginning, passive guard, as soon as you strike back to active guard, that's fucking why. But the idea would be that I didn't get hit, and I recognised and implemented my contingency plan, which is the default. In another program, I'm going to work counter offence. So far, in this dynamic, it's been proactive, which means you've had it all your own way. you've managed to be the feeder in this relationship. And if you do that correctly, it'll work for you. The only reason that's going to work for you is if you had awareness and pre-fight intel that this was going to happen in the first place. We cannot, as human beings, walk around switched on 24 hours of the day. There's going to be times when we are fixated or thinking about something else. Now, if he grabs me, if he hits me, if he tackles me, holds me up with a weapon, I'm reacting. So you have to implement, as a contingency plan in your training, the counter-offense dynamic, where you are reacting to what he's doing to you. That's not what this program is about. This program is proactive. But with these two introductions, one I've just shown you where he's crashed me down and I've had to react, and now when I'm reacting to when he hits me, starts to bring us into the introduction of counter-offense, from where, with further programs, we will go into much further detail. But moving on, the last possible response that I might get if I hit this man is I hit him, boom, and then boom, he hits me back. Which is why we have this emergency startle default cover response. If my hands are up here, my objective is to be proactive. But the only reason that my hands are up are because I have an inclination that this is going to turn into violence. That's why they're here. And if I have an inclination that this is going to turn into violence, I'm well aware that at any point in time as we're negotiating, he could hit me. My contingency plan for that is the default, where I cover and frame my head and crash inside. This brings us to the principle of cover, crash, counter, as we'll discover. Right? But the fourth possible response in terms of retaliation from my preemptive strike could be I hit him and he hits me back. And the way that we're going to deal with that is I hit him, I see the intel of the shot, and I crash inside. Momentarily, I need to not get knocked out before I can bring this fight back to me again and dominate. So how that will look is like this. I hit, and then boom, crash in. From here, I'll take an attachment here, I put an elbow here, grab, boom, one knee, maybe this one down, and then finish. So again, I'm going from hitting the pad to crashing into my partner. And then it's just pads all the way. So to reiterate that, 4 possible responses to a preemptive shot. 1, I knock him out clean. 2, there's a transition, I need to continue. All good. 3rd one, I hit him, he crashes me down. 4th one, I hit him, he hits me back. What can also happen, before I'm ready to hit him, maybe he hits me, boom, first. And now I have to bring it back to me. Now you are counter-offensive. So Jamie's going to give you a more in-depth understanding of these last 2 possible responses to your preemptive shot.
All right, so what we're looking at here, as Lee just showed, is the how to feed the pads for the 3rd response, okay? So we're working from the perspective that you've hit this guy, and he just doesn't want to get hit anymore, okay? So we're not looking at any sort of trained attempt of him taking you down. He's literally just falling into you, okay? And on this drill that we're looking at, he's actually falling into you on the high line. So understand, if he's coming forward, he's either going to be on this line, yeah, or he's going to be on this line. Now, both of them require different responses. So it's important that you understand the drill that you're doing, okay? Once you understand these drills and you have a relationship between your partner, you can then start to make it more spontaneous, but it takes time, and this is just a foundation DVD, okay? So the first response we're looking at was just a pad drill. So understand that we have a progression and a regression to this sort of training, okay? In this first example, we're just looking at using the pad rather than using the partner, okay? So the first thing that's going to happen when Mikhail hits the pad, which Haj is going to feed, is that when he hits this, I'm going to bring the pad to his chest. But what's really important is he still needs to get a little bit of a feel of the energy that's actually coming forward. So rather than me just doing this, when he hits here, I do this. Okay, you see how by me coming forward, yeah, it's made him have to go back to get a good solid base so that he doesn't end up on his arse. This is the first part, okay? So all that's going to happen is, to my count, I'm going to say 1, you're going to hit, You're going to crash in, pad to the center of the chest, but make sure you hit him with some of your body weight. All you're going to do is, this is the head, you're just going to take the head. And when you take it, as you would do with anything, you take it ballistically. Okay, and then we just freeze it there. All right, get ready. 1. Good, spot on. Back out. One more time. 2. Good. All right, so this is the first part of the drill. So as you can see, we are just using the pad here. So if you just turn slightly, this is just the pad, it's not his head. Okay, so this is not a partner crossover drill, this is just a pad drill. From here, he's going to simulate on the pad, so it takes a little bit of visualization, the ear rip, and then the eye gouge to create space. This would be the second count. So 2. This is the second count. Now we have this space. The follow-up is up to you, but in this example, he's going to use his head, followed by the elbow. And the pad feeder is going to drop to the floor, which replicates the drill's finished. Man's down, fuck off. Okay, so ready, 3. Good, and then you would escape. Okay, this would be the drill. So let's put it together. You're going to work to my count, so make sure the first count, you hit, you clash in. Second count, you rip the ear, gouge the eye. Third count, head, butt, elbow, man down, fuck off. Yeah? All right, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Good, spot on. All right, so we won't go through that again. What we'll do now is we'll just put it together. So you both understand what you're doing, okay? So now when I say go, you do the whole drill, okay? All right, get ready. Go! Good, spot on. Let's have one more example of that. Ready, go! Good, perfect. All right, so what we're looking at now is the same drill, but instead of doing it to the pad, we're going to get pad to partner crossover, which is where PADCOM comes into its own, okay? What's important here, and we don't really have a lot of time to touch up on it, and it will come in later DVDs, is how we hold pads for extreme close quarters, okay? The way we hold it is quite a bit different to how maybe some other people hold their pads, okay? But you need to understand that we don't actually put the pad to the head, it just looks like that, okay? There is a space. But for safety, I would always suggest when you're doing these type of pad drills that you have a mouth guard in, because all it takes is for one, lack of concentration from the pad feeder's role. That's why he needs to be present and he needs to know what he's doing, and he'll get a hit. Or if this guy, the combative trainee, just forgets what he's doing and hits when there's not a pad available. It's always good to have a mouth guard in, just in case, okay? But, we are training for combatives, we are training for reality, and you're gonna get fucking hits, so suck it up, It's just part of the process. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna go from, like I said, pad to partner, okay? So rather now than him hitting and me using my pad, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fall into him. Now, I would say that the best thing that you can do, which you'll see later, I'm not going to explain it to you now, but when we start making it more spontaneous, is you always want to plug in the best response. And the best response if someone comes forward is fucking move. Don't beat it. Okay? That would be my first go-to thing, and that would be dictated by him. I'm still giving him the energy of coming forward, but what he does next is dictated by him, and he would just move. So that would be, you're going to hit the pad, I'm going to fall forward just like he did, and all I want you to do is move out the fucking way. Yeah? So here, go. This would be the best response. Now, it doesn't matter what I do, yeah? It's what he does, okay? I'm coming forward, but he makes the decision. So in that moment, he's getting limited information and he's making quick decisions. This is the essence of PADCOM, giving the partner spontaneous feeds, okay? But for now, you have to have a base. So rather than him moving, I am going to collapse into him. But this time I'm going to use my body, okay? And he's just going to do what I would suggest maybe the next best thing is, which is take the head, okay? So if you control the head, you can control the body. So for this example, he would hit, I'm just going to fall into him and he's going to take my head, okay? Just like this, okay? And when he does it, same as what he did on the pad, this is where it sucks, is he's not just going to take the head, he's going to ballistically take the head, which means I'm already getting another shot to my head, which sucks, okay? So let's just do that first. All you're going to do is just fall into him and sort of present your head. No fancy sort of holds, just present your head. To my count, get ready. 1. Good. And again, get ready. 1. Good. So for the purpose of this, I mean, it doesn't matter how you do it, but just literally, because obviously understand that when he comes forward, there's a number of ways he could end up. He could end up with some sort of under-over. He could end up with some sort of double under, double over. All I want for the purpose of simplicity is I'm literally just going to try and fall into him like this. Because he's hit me, and really I'm just like, oh fuck, like that, just coming forward because I don't want to get hit anymore. You see it all the time in boxing, okay? So even a trained fighter, if they don't train MMA or Thai boxing or stuff like that, they won't necessarily be familiar with this. They're not necessarily used to you taking the head. So all we're looking at here, just one more time, he's going to hit the pad, you're going to come forward, you're going to take the head. That's it. That's the first count, okay? So get ready. 1. Good, okay. So from here now, this is where it becomes the partner crossover, okay? What he's going to do is going to simulate ripping the ear, okay? So he's going to grab hold of the ear, he's going to not just use his arm, he's actually going to drop and use his whole body weight. But he needs to let go of the ear because he doesn't want to fucking rip his partner's ear. Then he's going to find the eye, or he can go just above the eye to the eyebrow, and he's going to simulate the gouge to create space. Just like we did in the last one, but rather than doing it to the pad, he's now doing it as partner. So he's getting a feel of what it feels like to actually do it. Right, get ready. 2. Good, spot on. Come back to the head clinch for me again. Come back to the head clinch, simulate again. 2. Good, so when you do this, for simulation purposes, once I take his head, I actually want to take his ear. I will hold this. Yeah, I won't just simulate it from here. I'll actually find the ear, take it, and then when I rip, yeah, I'll let go. Yeah? And what I don't want to do is I don't want to drop my hand right down here. I want to keep it close to his eye because that's the next target. It's going to be here. And it's from here that I find the eye and push to create the distance. Okay? So one more time. So take from the head position. Ready? 2. Okay, so now we add in the last bit. This is where we have to use the pad feed for extreme close quarters, okay? So what's going to happen here is I'll show this first, is once you've gouged me, so take my head, gouge, okay? From here, depending on where he is, okay, so where he's positioned himself, it doesn't really matter. All I'm going to do is use the principle that I tried to explain in the first DVD, which is I want to ideally replace the target with a pad. Okay, I want to make it as realistic as possible. So it doesn't matter if he puts his head this side or this side. His target's my fucking head. And to be honest with you, I don't want to get fucking hit. So I'm going to stop it by putting a fucking pad up. Okay, so in this example, he puts himself here. Now, this feed, I can even get fucking 2 hands up. Okay, but normally we find that it's from here. This is the one I want to show you because here, if he gouges me, this just comes over. Okay. And what's going to happen here is I'm going to present this. And remember what we said, you need to meet and ride the shot. What I don't want to do is just hold this loose. Because if he headbutts, all that's going to happen is I'm going to get this. Okay? What you really want is as he headbutts, get but you see how I'm pushing? And again, go ahead. And even I'm using my shoulder to back it up. What's not happening is this pad is not coming back and hitting me in the face. Okay? So understand that. It might look like that, but it's not. Okay? So in this example, you're going to present the pad. The pad comes up and over the arm. Okay, so he has my head. Yeah, which means when he gouges, I can't put it up here, it comes over. If you want, you can support, but you don't really need it. Just learn to hold pads properly and you'll be fine. Okay, so from here, he's going to headbutt and he's going to take his hand off the head for the elbow strike. And all I'm going to do, look, you see how I've just angled the pad? I angled the pad to catch this downwards Thai slashing elbow. So elbow, and it's from there that I would drop or I would make him continue. But in this example, we're just going to drop with the elbow, okay? So you understand what you're doing? We're going to do it in 3 counts. Are you happy with that feed? Do you want to feed it? Okay. Let's just work the third part of this count. Like I said, it doesn't matter how many times you've fed this. Every time you work with a new person, so me and Mikkel do this all the time, but every time we have a little break and I come back, I will use the attribute equalizer, okay? Because I need to switch on to what I'm doing, and he needs to switch on to what he's doing. So we'd always build up. The only difference between us two is that build up would happen a lot faster because we're familiar with each other's energy. But for now, I just want you to build up. He's in control, okay? So you're gonna want him to go a little bit light. It's still gonna go to my count, but maybe pull the shot a little bit, and then he'll encourage you to go maximum power when he's ready, okay? So start from the gouge position. So start from the gouge position. There, that's the feed, okay? So you're gonna headbutt, elbow. Get ready. 1. Good. Is that all right? Yeah. Yeah. And again, get the hand to the head. Ready. 2. Good. All right, one more. Get ready. 3. Good. All right, so what you'll find with this is that there is no set exact way, okay? So you start to find your own little ways of doing it. But like I said, the reason, or as Lee said, the reason we developed this is because even though I'm used to getting hit, I don't like getting fucking hit. So every time Lee used to hit me, I used to find new ways to not get fucking hit. Okay, so I get little like things where I'll like literally pick my shoulder up. Yeah, so if any of you have done the shoulder roll in boxing, it's the same. I'm protecting my chin and I'm putting the pad here. And what this does is it stops this from doing that. But even if I don't get that, I do this. Okay, no difference in boxing when you parry, it's that. I put the pad where the target was at the same time as I move myself away, which doubles the distance, which means now I shouldn't get fucking hit, okay? All right, can we put that together? So start slow, I'm gonna put the counts in, okay? But you're gonna turn up the speed and power when he'll encourage you to turn it up, okay? All right, so you're gonna go to my count. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, good. So you can see there between the feed, it wasn't quite right, okay? But this is where they'll start to correct that now, okay? All right, same thing again. Ready? 1. Wait for my count. Wait for my count. So it's really important from an instructor's perspective that you get your students to wait for the count, okay? Because they need to all be on the same page. And for him, this is fucking easy. But I tell you what, for him it ain't. And he's the one that's going to get fucking hurt. So we need to make sure that he's on the same fucking page, okay? So wait for the count, okay? Because I need to see that he's in the position, okay? All right, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Good. Next time we'll add in the fall now, okay? Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Good. All right, can we build the impact? Because what's happening here is that they're going through the motions, but there ain't much fucking impact. I can tell you that now because I can fucking hear it, okay? So what will happen over time, and it will be very quickly, yeah, is that this will build up and you should be able to do maximum power. I've done this with Mikkel, Lee, fucking loads of people, and they do not fucking hold back. And that's what we want, okay? So let's put it together now. I'm gonna let you control the drill because it makes it a little bit easier. So he's gonna say go, you're gonna do the whole thing, but he's gonna maybe start a little bit slower. So you control the drill, okay? I want about 5 repetitions, try and build it up to maximum power. So 100% now, okay? That's the idea of this. We wanna put in everything. I wanna feel that when I'm doing this and doing this, I'm headbutting him. It's like boom, and then boom, power, okay? Otherwise, we might as well just fuck the pad off and just do touch contact. Okay, you've got to get that power. So I know you can do it. Let's fucking put it in. All right, to my count, okay? Wait for the count. So 1, 2, and 3. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, harder with that headbutt and elbow. Harder. Okay, everything was spot on apart from the headbutt elbow. Put it in, all right? Same thing again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Better. All right, good. Let's put it together. So 3 times the whole thing, yeah? Can we go maximum speed? Yeah, maximum speed, maximum aggression. Do not fucking pull back. Do not hold back. It's his job now to fucking put the pad up. He's got a mouth guard in. If he gets hit, he'll just have to suck it up, okay? Go! not getting out yet, it's the same thing. It's here, take it. Look at that, I'm taking the ear. Right, get ready, go! Go! What's important here is, like I said, this is a partner crossover drill, okay? So in UC we have a training formula. 80% of it's to cultivate impactive power. 10% is partner crossover, where you actually get to feel what it feels like to manhandle a body, feel what it feels like to potentially grab hold of an ear and rip it, gouge an eye, okay? PADCOM actually combines them two. So it's actually like 90%, which only leaves 10% for simulation and scenario training, okay? This is why it sort of evolved, because when we used to do it, we used to hit pads, and then we used to just go to the partner and pull the shots, okay? Now we combined the going to the partner here with hitting pads. Much fucking better, okay? So when I grab his head when he falls into me, here I grab his head. You can see it's ballistic. So just do it once for you. I'm gonna hit. It's here, okay? From here I find the ear first. His head's quite low, it's fine. I'm gonna rip it and let go. And from here I find the eye and push it. Okay, he puts the pad over the top. Yeah, and from here, it's a little bit closer to your head like you had before. Here, so you see how I'm giving him feedback here? This is really important, okay? From here, I drive the head in, then I pull this hand free, and then I bury the elbow in. And that's what drops him, okay? All right, so what we're looking at now is the last response. So this response is the principle of cover, crash, counter, okay? So obviously we're working it from the perspective that the student hits the pad first and then you hit him back, but the principle is still the same. You need to cover your head, crash inside the arc of the weapon, and counter, okay? And the way we feed the pads for this, we can do this in two ways. What I like about these pads from combative training gear is that I can feed this by putting it as a reverse grip, okay, which means that I have no problem with canting my wrist. Because some people find that as soon as they start to turn like this for feeding this shot, or down here, that they find that when the impact comes, they get problems in their wrist. Now, what I would suggest to you is, as we said at the beginning of the other DVD, is that you need to work, have a good warm-up, make sure you mobilize the joints, and make sure you stretch, okay? For palm heel strikes and for pad feeding, you want to make sure that you get some sort of flexibility in your wrists, okay? I have never had a problem feeding like this because I do stretches for my wrists, okay? But I'll show you first how we use it in the conventional way, with two pads on like this, and then I'll just show you once how we can feed the pads with these new pads where you turn it over, okay? So the first feed is he's gonna hit. So we're gonna do the same thing, we're gonna chunk it down into three. He's gonna hit, and immediately I'm gonna hit him back. And as I hit him back, what I'm gonna do is, so as I go from this, like that, this turns to protect the front, okay? Now what you need to understand with this is that this would actually be, his crash would actually be fucking ballistic. He would be looking to spike his elbow through my body, okay? The only way to really train that is to either get a big belly pad, yeah, or some sort of big kick shield, okay? Because this fucks you up. And no little pad like this is gonna fucking stop that, okay? What's more likely to happen if he goes full intent is it's gonna slip off this pad and it's gonna fucking hit me and crack a fucking rib. So this pad here is really just in case there's any sort of accidental impactive power. So don't think of this as something that you can fucking put full force in, okay? So what's gonna happen is he will hit, I'll just go through it slowly. From here, I'm gonna immediately hit him back hard and present this pad, okay? Personally, I would make sure, if anything, it's angled slightly this way. And the reason is because I'd rather it come under than come over the top, okay? Because if it comes over the top, I'm getting that in my fucking face and losing my teeth, okay? So like I said, this really, even with no pad, there shouldn't be much impact. So I'm gonna take the pad away just so that they can see, okay? So hit the pad, it's that. This here, you see how he slightly turned it in? This would be here, or even worse, here, okay? But for the purpose of this, he is slightly taking it in. So this is the first count, okay? So, because these two have trained together, they're just gonna go straight into maximum hitting, okay? His objective is to knock him the fuck out, okay? But I would suggest if you're just starting this DVD, like we say, you use the training attribute equalizer and turn it down a little bit. But for now, he's gonna hit the pad. I want you to try and knock him out and we freeze it, okay? Get ready. 1. Good, spot on. Okay, you can see, feeds up, good. One more time. Get ready. 1. Good, spot on. Okay, so from here now, the pad feeder doesn't have to change anything. He keeps the pad where it is. It's here, okay, on his chest. Okay, from here, all Mikhail's gonna do is gain an attachment and he's gonna pull back and elbow the pad, okay? That's the next part of it. From there, he's gonna attach to the subject's back of the neck and he's gonna drop. You see how he's dropped and he's presenting 2 pads and it's at the target, okay? It's not out here away from the target, it's at the target, okay? And then the last count would be that you put him on the floor, okay? And then snatch him down, good. So, the first count is that you hit and you crash inside, yeah? The second count is he's gonna take an attachment and put in an elbow. The third count, you're gonna drop the pads as he puts in the knee and he's gonna snatch you to the floor and finish. You both understand what you're doing? All right, so make sure you wait for my count. All right, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Good. So, feedback. Feedback's really important, okay? So, I'm going to ask you, but did it feel okay to you? Okay. Okay, and what he's saying there is what I noticed, okay? Because he left the pad where it is, because that's what I told you, okay, it was very far over here. Now, what I would have tended to have done is just potentially just bring it back, because I want that shot, so when he puts that shot in, to hit, go harder, hit harder, good, and again, harder. There, I want a good impactive shot, because I want him to feel that he's actually fucking doing this, okay? So let's have a little bit of feedback. The rest of it looked really good, but I want impact on that elbow, okay? So we'll build it up, same thing again, wait for the counts. 1, 2, good, 3. Good. All right, let's put this together now, okay? So same thing applies here. If you don't feel quite comfortable, tell him to slow it down. We'll do it about 3 times, but I want by the end one to be everything, okay? So do you want him to just take it down a notch, just first? Yeah, so full out straight away, good. All right, get ready. The whole thing. Go! Good, try not to stamp on his foot. And again. Get ready. Go! Good. One more. So I'm just going to make this point. I already said it at the beginning, okay? They're both doing it really well. But once you get to the level that these guys are at, then it does him no justice, him pulling back, which he's not, okay? My intent, once I've as the pad feeder, when I'm training with these guys, once they understand the drill that they're doing, I ain't fucking holding back. I'm not hitting him hard. There's a difference. I want to show you the difference, okay? So just put up a cover for a second. This is me hitting hard. This is hard, okay? That's not intent. Intent is when I'm going to try and knock him the fuck out now. I want to take his head off his fucking shoulders. So from here it's like, nice! Nice! Okay, that's the intent that you want to give, because that's the intent that you're going to face on the street. Okay, so it's really important that when you get up to this level that you put that sort of intent into your pad work, okay? So same thing again, exactly the same, it's really good, okay? Last one now. Ready? Go! Good, spot on.
Right, I want to bring this to a relative conclusion. So what we've looked at are the basic components of what makes PADCOM. We looked at how we split into 2 areas or 2 types of specific drill, fight management and fight conditioning. We've talked about fight conditioning. Fight conditioning would be tool development, speed development, attribute development, working conditioning drills, working self-perfection aspects. Whereas the fight management stuff, which relates entirely to the Blitzkrieg module and also to the game plan module that we've been looking at, relates to the fight management side, the self-preservation element, if you like. So that's the crux. So we have solo pad drills inside of that. We have just basic partner pad drills inside of that. But the main meat of PADCOM is partner to pad transition. That's where you'll have a partner where you'll go from concussively hitting the pads to ballistically manipulating the partner into the environment from where you can hit the pads again. The idea is complete domination of the fight dynamic. In order to make that somewhat safer, you would implement also a groin guard and a helmet. You would add the addition of role play, dialogue, changing the environment somewhat. And you would take it to a point where you would make it completely spontaneous. So the combative trainee doesn't know what's going to happen, he just has to react and ad lib. So like the Blitzkrieg drills, where we took them into a random response where the guy could fall on the first shot, fall on the second or third shot, or maybe you need all of it, we're going to do the same thing with the game plan drills. We're going to make the game plan drill now, implement in all areas, so contact management on approach. There may be a pre-threat cue, you have to preempt, attach, continue the attack, put the threat down, and then tactically disengage and get yourself gone. That's the game plan in its entirety, which is made up again of awareness, situational control, preemption, continuous attack, escape. We're going to put that into place every time you work a pad drill, you're working that. The Blitzkrieg part of it is the continuous attack part. What we're going to add now, like we did with the Blitzkrieg drills, are random responses from the pad feeder. So the pad feeder may drop, he may transition, so you need to continue. He may crash in and shut you down after the first preemptive strike, which will make you have to branch to another skill set, or he may, as soon as you hit the pad, hit you back, again forcing you to branch, in that case to cover crash counter, where you have to bring the fight back to you. The idea of injecting such spontaneity into the combative trainees' training time is so that you can develop a spontaneous response. There's no pre-thought, it just comes out, it's preordained. What you're implementing now is fast orientation to what's going on, which leads to fast decision and faster action. So one of the models that we employ within combatives is John Boyd's OODA loop, where you observe, you orientate, you decide, and you act. When you start to work these kind of drills with orientation, it allows the combative trainee to speed up his orientation, which leads to faster decision making and quicker action. So in essence, if you take the OODA loop, you're making your OODA loop tighter and smaller. Smaller means faster. Faster means quicker orientation into faster reaction time. This is the difference between trained subject and untrained subject. And you see it all the time in operational people. So when we start to inject these spontaneity type drills, or spontaneity takes the reins, and you add non-compliancy, where now the pad feeder's doing his utmost to fuck up your response, your spontaneous response, as long as it comes out with man down and you at the exit, is proving that what you're doing is worthy. So what we're going to give you now are an example of those kind of spontaneous responses. At this point, you might start to change the environment. You might add the addition of the groin guard and the headgear. But in this case, keeping it here, we are going to add the addition of introductory dialogue and potential role play. So here now is where we progress to. So the crux of this first presentation to you looks at the proactive dynamic of Blitzkrieg and using the game plan in a proactive way.
All right, cool. All right, so what we're going to just show now is I'm just going to show you how we would build this drill up and progress. Because like I said, the thing is, if we just go straight into this drill, then it's okay for him because he's the one that's fucking hitting shit, but it's me that's going to get hurt. And combatives training, you will get hurt from time to time, but you shouldn't get injured. So it's really important that you build these drills up. So I'm going to show you how I would build this up, okay? So we've looked at these 4 responses. So what's going to happen here is I'm just going to quickly recap on them 4 responses in terms of making sure that he's on the same page as me. So the first response, he's going to hit, I'm going to go to the floor, okay? So this would be 1. So 1, yeah. Then we would move on to the second response. So the second response is the continuation, okay? So he's gonna hit, I'm gonna stagger back, he's gonna continue, okay? Get ready, 2. And anywhere within inside that continuation, okay, we can take it up to 10 or we can take it anywhere in between, okay? This is where the violence volume dial comes into play, okay? The next response is that he hits, I crash him down, okay? 3. This is all right, this is what I'm saying. So this is important that you see this, okay? Because you can see already there's a little bit of confusion. After about 3 or 4 minutes of doing this, this stuff irons out, okay? But it's important that you have that, and that's why I suggest that you put on protective gear. You have a mouth guard on, groin guard, in case mistakes happen. So remember, when you gouge me, it's head, butt, elbow, job done, okay? So let's do that one more time. Ready, go. Good. And the fourth response is that I hit him back, okay? So I'm going to hit you back, you're going to crash inside, okay? Get ready, go. Good. So, let's go through that now. I'm just going to run through that so you can see it. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and you know the responses, okay? So, get ready, hands up. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. So this is how we would start the drill. Now, hopefully we're on the same page. Now we start to add in the role play and the dialogue. What you'll find here is that because you're now adding a lot more stress into it, yeah, the pad feeding becomes a whole fucking lot different, okay? It really does become about self-preservation, okay? I'm not necessarily feeding him anymore. I'm sort of like catching the shots because I don't want to get fucking hit. Okay, so this is why you really do need to make sure that you put on protection, okay? But we're gonna just run through, we're gonna add it in. Now what we normally do with this is I like to sort of have a template, okay? What I mean by that is that we're gonna run through this probably about 5 to 10 times. No more than that because it's fucking exhausting for both of us. And within that, I'd always suggest that you start at level 10. Always start there because I want to condition my student that he's going to need all of that. Okay, so I'd start there, and if I'm doing sort of 7 to 10, I'd probably finish there. The majority of them, I want to make it physical, but I also want to make sure that there's some non-physical. So you'll see, I want to have more level 10s than anything else, okay? But there will be a non-physical, there'll be one shot knockout, okay? But you want to make sure that you plug in the level 10 stuff. You fucking prick. Hey, man, what do you mean what's my fucking problem? Put your fucking hands up for you, man. I have no problem. Put your fucking hands up. Where are you, mate? Hey, relax, man. You fucking that prick from the other week, weren't you? No, you fucking... Yeah, you are. You're that fucking prick that's fucking trying to chow out my fucking back. Put your fucking hands up. I fucking know you.
No, man. No,
I don't fucking know you.
You don't know me.
You're that fucking mug from the other week, you fucking prick. Put your fucking hands. Hey mate, for fuck's sake, give my fucking space, mate.
What do you mean, mate?
Well, you nicked my fucking space, that was my car parking space. Didn't you see me parked over there?
I can move my car, man, if you want, no problem. I can do it for you. Don't bullshit.
Mate, look, do you know what? Fuck it, I've already parked now, so it don't matter, yeah?
I'm sorry, bro, sorry for that.
Alright, well, next time, just fucking watch what you're doing, yeah?
Yeah, I will. Ready? Hey, man.
Just fucking hands up for.
Hey, just to be sure, you make me nervous.
I'll make you fucking nervous, I better do, you fucking prick.
Hey, relax, man, don't bullshit at all.
Don't tell me to fucking relax, you fucking mate.
Hey, man.
What?
Relax.
Fuck?
What's the problem?
Who the fuck do you think you're chatting
No.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to, you
What you can see from that as you start to amp it up and make it spontaneous, there's a degree of non-compliancy. When everybody's on the same page, you know what's going on. When it's not on the same page and it doesn't go to script, there's a need to ad lib. You need to improvise, adapt in order to overcome. And quite often you'll see that. So in one of the examples of him having to cover and crash and counter, he potentially didn't crash in enough, but he still maybe got hit, but he didn't get knocked out. He still put himself in a position where he could retaliate. When he recognised that there was an opportunity to verbally dissuade, he swallowed his pride, swallowed his ego, and actually said, look, I'm sorry, mate. You know, you park there, I'll move my car, no problem. And when he saw that in this particular case, when he goes, oh, you know what, I'm parked now, no drama, what that actually means is he's just a normally good guy having a bad fucking day, in which case verbal dissuasion was an option. So he employed it. So it's not all about the physical. Just remember, if you're going to employ verbal dissuasion, there's a need to swallow your ego. So you need to be comfortable with your ability. Right? In terms of it going to script, it never goes to script. It's scrappy. It becomes like a real fight is. But inside of the scruffiness, there's a beauty. And it's adhering to principles no matter what. It's just because he didn't exactly do this, then that, doesn't matter. If he sticks to the principle of striking, attaching and continuing to strike, it doesn't matter what strike he uses. As long as he covers his noggin and gets inside and not get knocked out, it doesn't matter how he does it. There's a number of things that will go off script. But what you can see about principle and conceptual based methods are that once shit and fan meet and spontaneity takes the reins, principles stand up. And that's what makes them so much better than technical responses. Technical responses that you see in the martial arts have to be an exact way in order to work. Has to be left big toe on here, right big toe on here, otherwise it falls apart. Well, that's no fucking good to you because anything that can go wrong will go wrong. But if you have a principle-based methods, as we are adhering to here, there's plenty of room to ad lib. So really good example. Keep it going.
Hey man.
Where the fuck are you going? You're that fucking prick from the other week, ain't you?
Relax, man.
You're that fucking prick.
Back the fuck up! Back the fuck up! Fuck you!
Hey man.
What?
Relax, mate.
What are you fucking
You're
saying?
hostile, man.
What the fuck are you saying, you
Relax,
fucking
mate.
mouth? Put your fucking hands.
Relax, mate. What? Look angry, mate. What's the problem? Can I
Fucking
help you?
angry, because I am fucking angry.
Why, mate?
I'm fucking angry. Fuck you.
Man, be careful, man.
Huh?
You're gonna go out.
What?
I'll fuck you. Hey, mate.
What?
Relax, mate. Come on.
Don't tell me to fucking relax.
Yeah. Fuck
Don't
off.
tell me to fucking relax, you fucking
I fucking remember you.
No,
You were fucking giving it large in the club, were you?
No, look,
You're
calm
your
down.
own now. Where's your mates?
Wait,
Where's your
fucking
fucking
calm
mates,
down,
eh?
fucking
Where's your
stay-
fucking... Where you fucking going?
I'm just trying to go
Yeah,
over
give
it.
me-
Look,
I'm
mate,
fucking
just
giving it
stay
to
back,
you.
stay back and calm down.
There's a really good example of where you are gonna no pad target to hit, so you've got to go to partner. So he made a partner to pad. This is why it's useful for you to have kit, but you shouldn't be fully kitted. All you want is something on your head, something on your groin. That's the primary. So when he took the back target, he recognised inside of that fight dynamic that although I have to hit the target, I need to pull my shot so I don't hurt my partner. So there is a need to go from one mental state to another. The mental state being hitting the pads hard. Oh no target. Well, I still need to manipulate and hit my partner. There's a need to pull the shot. As long as you're still active and not stopping because there's no target and taking the target, you're still getting a lot from this drill. But the ideal would be that the person manages to turn and feed you a target, and if that's not available, there's something you can hit, i.e. a helmet or a groin guard. That's why although you are using two pads, often the secondary helmet and the groin guard acts as a third pad or a fourth pad. So at least you can index it. So in early partner to pad crossover drills where we only use pads and our partner, there is a need to go from impact and concussive shots to pulling your shots, which of course from a training aspect is not the ideal, but it's still getting you to continue and branch and do shit. The ideal is that you can hit everything you hit with impact. And that's either going to be the helmet, the groin guard, or the pads. But it was a good branch, regardless. He didn't stop, he didn't have to start again, he didn't pattern interrupt. He branched to, well, I still can hit, but I got to pull my contact. So at least that was good.
Say something.
No, I didn't say
Did
nothing.
you fucking say something?
No, I didn't say nothing.
You did, mate.
No, I didn't, honestly. I didn't
What-
say
what-
nothing. No,
Am I hearing voices, mate?
I ain't got no problem.
Come, what are you going fucking
Look,
out? What,
stay-
what do you mean?
Fucking stay back. Fucking cunts.
Just in summary then, I'm just going to bring us to a close here with a quick debrief. We've covered how PADCOM differs between pad feed in normal combat sport compared to pad feed for combatives. Because obviously the arena is different, the time frame's different, and the largest element is the emotional component involved. You tend to induce that emotional apprehension as soon as you start to move into more spontaneous type drills. This can be more hectic for the pad feeder than necessarily the combative trainee, because now there's a chance it's not going to stick to the script, you're going to ad lib, and this is where the pad feeder could potentially take a shot or get hurt. At the same vein, you know, there's the combative trainee doing it still wants to perform reasonably well under the stress of the event, so there's apprehension. There will be an induction of adrenaline. My team are pretty well seasoned with this type of training, so, you know, and even they struggle with it from time to time. So there's good room for growth and improvement on all sides. Anybody new to this type of training, and not necessarily coming from urban combatives, but maybe coming from Krav Maga or some other kind of reality-based training method, can find all elements of PADCOM extremely useful. Just if nothing else, the pad feed, the ability to transition between pads and partner, the ability to adapt, add role play, dialogue and everything else can change the whole dynamic of the way you learn. As long as you keep it task specific to the event. So task specific to the event will be that, you know, there's aggressive role play, there's dialogue. Ideally you want to be proactive, but you can't always be proactive. As you will see in some of the snippets during the intro and the finish of this DVD, being proactive is not the only way you can use PADCOM. You can use it counter-offensively, as we'll see in a later program. You can use it on the ground. You can induce weapons. You can use it where necessary or where legality allows with the transition of weapons. You could use it from an operational perspective as a transition of weapons. You can use it in a car, in a vehicle, when there's multiple assailants. All number of things can be addressed with PADCOM. I truly believe that this is the revolutionary new way to train combatives training and give the combative trainee a bridge or a stepping stone, if you like, between what was thought of as more static type pad work before entering into dynamic simulation and scenario training. So the element of PADCOM, particularly the partner to pad transition, where you're changing the environment, you're adding spontaneity, there's introduction of role-play and dialogue, then you've added the addition of protective helmet and groin guard, just in case you miss the target or don't get the pad up in time. It certainly acts as a bridge between the two. Hope you've enjoyed the production. I'm sure you agree everybody here has done a really, really good job, and I hope you get something from it. Peace. Okay, just at this point I'd like to introduce Michael Mulder. He's from Amsterdam. He's a catalogue poster boy from the blue light district of Amsterdam.
The red light, right?
No, the blue boy, blue light. Blue light's the gay boy one. Sorry, cut.
You got to put these in at the end straight.
Go on, have a go, Harge, have a go. Come on, let's have a look. I want you to do that preemptive strike and knock yourself out.
How's it reversed from
That's from both perspectives anyway.
That's it. This would be a comical example of a solo pad drill of a one-shot knockout. Off you go, bro. Quality. That's got to go in the end. You're scary good at that. You really are.